for tonight's doubleheader, a Saturday evening doubleheader brought to you by Macomb Community College. It's great to have you with us. This matchup is between the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers and the Utica Unicorns. Alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr., I'm Jake Gorwitz. We're here at the United Shores Media Desk for the pregame show brought to you by Crest Lincoln. Special thanks to all of our sponsors. We'll get to the rest of them later in the broadcast. Dan and I will be bringing you the action tonight. Now, Dan, I know it's early in the season. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but the Beavers are only two and a half games back of the Unicorns. What does this one mean to each squad tonight?
Well, it is early, as you mentioned, but I think the Beavers are a team that's definitely improving and has a real chance to contend this year. Their lineup, I think, is starting to turn the corner. They've been a little bit sluggish offensively, but they have some pieces that I think can really help them going forward. It's early, but when you have a head-to-head game against the team in first place, I think it's always important. If you can steal a victory, that's really a 2-game swing, and technically today with the doubleheader, it's actually a 4-game swing in theory. So if they can take a doubleheader today, that would be huge for them. It'd be right in the mix.
Definitely, couldn't agree more. Definitely, we have some implications with the standings in this doubleheader tonight. Now, we can't go on to preview today's game without talking about the last 2 games in the USPBL this week. We're so lucky to have so much baseball Tuesday through Sunday, and with the 2 games today. Thursday night, Ty Hensley, no-hitter. We could go on and on about that performance. I'm sure we'll touch on that multiple times throughout the evening. And then last night, we had some drama in extra innings, the first ever game that had to result in a tie here in the USPBL. What do you have to say about those games?
Well, the Hensley one, yeah, I mean, we could talk about that to death probably. I think he's a guy that's just really starting to put it all together. Someone who was obviously a huge prospect coming out of high school, #1 draft pick of the Yankees back in 2012. 2012 feels like a long time ago, but he's still only 26 years old. So he's got a lot of career left. He's throwing hard. His curveball's been outstanding. It's just biting. He's got command of both pitches. And he was outstanding the other night. You know, was he more outstanding than he was any other outing? Maybe not. You know, he's been really good all season. Sometimes you have to catch a couple of breaks to get something like a no-hitter, and he did. There were some good defensive plays, maybe some bad swings on the other side at times, but he no-hit a good Diamond Hoppers club. I mean, that's a good offensive team. Last night, yeah, it was just weird, right? You know, I mean, that game could have been won in extra innings really on several different occasions. There was guys in scoring position with some of the best hitters at the plate, and they just didn't come through. You know, we thought that game was going to end probably 3 or 4 different times. It's never a good thing when a game ends in a tie. I mean, that's unfortunate in baseball. It's not a normal thing. But, you know, in 2020, there's a lot of not normal things out there, right? And it's not a situation where you can just keep playing and playing. You know, it's the type of season we've got short rosters here. We're trying to play a lot of games in a short time frame, so we can't be out here 14, 15 innings. So 2 extra innings with the international rules is the limit. And usually with international rules, if you play 2 innings, you're going to score runs and somebody's going to win. We did score runs last night, but it's just everybody kept scoring them. So that's the way it ended up in a tie. It's not the end of the world, but it's just an odd thing. And as you mentioned, a couple of really interesting, notable games in a row for sure.
I think one of the biggest storylines for tonight's game that we have is the quick turnaround for the Beavers. You go into extras last night, and then you have to play 2. They didn't really stress the bullpen last night. Garrett Crispin had a great outing, followed by Jared Price with two innings of work. But still, it's a late night, and then it feels like you never even left the ballpark. You come back for 2 more today.
Yeah, you know, you're right. They didn't stretch the bullpen, but Jared Price is probably the best reliever right now. He's traditionally their closer. If he's not available today, you know, I don't know if 2 innings takes him out of the running for being available or not, but if it does, then that can hurt them over the course of 2 games. You know, we're playing a 5-inning game followed by a 7-inning game. If they don't have Jared Price available, then they really need a couple of good starts.
Dan, I know you have some keys to victory for both sides, but before we get to those, let's take a look at tonight's starting lineup, starting with the away team, the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Leading off is TJ Riles in left field. Freddie Geely at second follows Riles. Warren at third, managing the hot corner tonight. cleaning up behind the dish, Austin Shoemaker. Oland Haffey right, 5'6", and to round out the lineup, 8'9", Jonathan Brandt and Andrew McCoy. And on the bump for the Beavers, we have Gavin Wayman. We haven't seen too much of his work thus far this year, but we'll touch on that pitcher comparison in a little bit after the break. Moving to the Unicorn side of things, we have leading off Frankie Luxa, followed by Adam De La Cruz, Coley Curry, Ashton Bardzell cleaning up. We saw him put some nice swings on the bat the other night. On Thursday, Malik Blaze at short, Nick Snyder, a new face, at least for me personally, and I think for everybody, Dominic Bethencourt at third base. That'll be an interesting story to follow tonight in his debut. And then Jalen Smith, Derek Hurt, rounding out the lineup for the Unicorns, and Bruce Bell, number 18, getting his second start of the year in the USPBL for the Unicorns. Dan, we just went through the lineups. We see some familiar faces and a couple new guys that I'm looking forward to seeing. What are your keys to victory for tonight?
Well, no surprise on the Beaver side. I think the key there is going to be the starting pitcher for this game, Gavin Wayman. We've seen him a couple of times. He's got a 4-pitch mix, 2-seam fastball, 4-seam fastball, curveball, and change. His changeup is really a plus pitch. It looked really good the last time out. He had guys out front. He had good command of it. But on the flip side of that, his fastball was very hittable the last time out. So we need to see if he can locate his fastball a little bit better, or maybe get a little bit more movement on his 2-seam fastball. Something to keep these guys honest in the box. So we'll see what kind of an outing we get from Gavin Wayman this time around. On the Unicorn side, I don't know if I'm going to get too in the weeds, but just in general with their lineup, they've been really outstanding on the mound this year, but they're not going to have an outing every time out there where they can win 2-1 or 1-0. Someone throughout that lineup or multiple guys really, is going to have to give them a shot in the arm. And at some point here, the offense is going to have to steal a game or two for these guys. I don't know who it's going to be necessarily in that lineup. As you mentioned, Ashton Bardzell has been taking better swings. We do have a new face in the lineup, so we'll see how that shakes out for them. Frankie Luska leading off is a new thing. He's been more in the middle of the lineup for them traditionally. A guy with some good pop in his bat, can get on base, has a nice swing, can hit the ball over the fence on occasion. So we'll see how that plays out, having him lead off, but that'll be something interesting to follow.
Definitely those AAA lineups. Definitely have some pop in the bats. A couple guys that need to step up. There's some big holes to fill in tonight's game because, like you said, the pitching can't always carry the load, especially on a doubleheader where some bullpen pitchers were used in the past couple of games. We have a lot of baseball here at Jimmy John's Field. Thanks for tuning in, folks. That does it for Dan and I in the pregame show here at the United Shores Media Desk. We'll see you on the other side. Keep it locked on the USPBL Network.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
The Chevy Trax from your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers has a sporty, compact design that makes it the perfect SUV for everywhere you like to roll. Lease a 2020 Trax LT front-wheel drive for just $222 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Hey everyone, we're back at Jimmy John's Field here with Dan Griesbaum Jr. I'm Jake Gorwitz, and what a night we have here in Utica, Michigan for 2 baseball games. How lucky are we?
Beautiful day. Beautiful day. Let's play 2.
Not 1. We got 2 here. We're pumped. We're ready to get the action started. We already mentioned a couple of our sponsors before. We have Crest Lincoln, AAA, Macomb Community College bringing you the 2 games. But we have a couple more sponsors that we'd like to thank. Of course, AAA, Ascension, Belfour Property Restoration, DMC, DTE, Dunham Sports, Dunkin' Donuts, GFL Environmental, Green Path, Jimmy John's, Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, UMMT, and of course, United Shore. Dan, I think we have the first pitch coming out to the field here. We have some moments before the first pitch of the game. Let's get to the pitcher comparison. We have an interesting matchup here on the bumps tonight. A couple guys that we haven't seen very much. Gavin Wayman, Bruce Bell. We'll start out with Gavin Wayman with the away team, the Beavers. Changeup, curveball, four-seam fastball, two-seam fastball. He's got some pitches to mess around with. He's got a nice arsenal. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, with regard to his arsenal, I thought his straight changeup the last time was very effective for him. It's a very good pitch. However, the thing to keep an eye on with that is that your changeup is really only as effective in the long term as your fastball. So his fastball was a little bit hittable the last time out. It's a mid-80s fastball. He throws both a four-seam and a two-seam, and not sure which one he prefers. He really throws them about an even amount. But if he doesn't find a way to be more effective with the fastball, the changeup is going to slowly lose its effectiveness. So, whether it's locating the fastball better or if it's developing a little more movement on his two-seam, whatever that happens to be, he's going to have to figure that out really to take the next step.
Well, we'll see if he can gain some more confidence with the fastball. He only throws it about a little under 29% of the time, and the curveball and changeup, he likes them evenly, both under 25% of the time. And with the Unicorns, we have Bruce Bell, a taxi squad member. He has a two-seam fastball, slider, changeup. Really relies on that two-seam fastball 77% of the time.
Yeah, he actually had a very good outing the last time out. His first appearance, and I'm going by memory here, but I believe it was the first game of a doubleheader like today, and got knocked around a little bit, didn't find his way out of the first inning, and it was a rough outing overall. But the last time out, he really settled down. He was very effective with his fastball, and it was just a great step in the right direction for him. So now it's time to build on that. He's got another chance to pitch in the first game of a doubleheader. This is a short game. It's only a 5-inning game. So if a starter can be effective out there, he can potentially take control of the game himself, which is a huge benefit to your club because you don't have to use anybody out of the bullpen. You can be pretty fresh for game 2, and we'll see if Bruce Bell can give them that type of an outing today.
So Bruce Bell has a changeup, like we said. He only throws it 6% of the time, though. What's the thought process behind that? Is he still working on it? Will we see a lot of it today?
It could be that he's still working on it. A changeup tends to be the hardest to command out of all the pitches. That's just something that's true for majority of pitchers. A lot of the guys, right-handed pitchers especially, will only rely on their straight change when they're facing lefties. When they're going righty on righty, they tend to rely more on their breaking pitch, which in the case of Bell is his slider. So he uses that more when he's righty on righty, and most hitters are right-handers, so you end up utilizing that more often. We'll see as the season develops if he ends up using the changeup more. It is a tougher pitch to control for most people. It could be in development still. We haven't had enough looks at him to really know that for sure, but that could be the reason behind that.
Interesting stuff right there, Dan. Thank you for the insight. We're finishing up the announcement of the Unicorns lineup, but going back to the top of that lineup, Frankie Luxa, he's catching today. We haven't seen him in that position today. I think they're really trying to find him a true home. We've seen him at first base. We've seen him DH in the brief sample size of baseball that we've seen him play so far, but he's behind the dish.
Yeah, that's an interesting development. I didn't necessarily see that coming myself either, but that could be a great opportunity for his career. It's sort of akin to when a pitcher maybe drops down and starts throwing a sidearm pitch or something like that. It gives you another dimension, and he's a good hitter. Hits from the left side, has some pop in his bat, makes good contact pretty consistently. Catching is one of the hardest things to come up with in pro baseball. There's not a plethora of good catching out there, really at any level. And that's why you see in the major leagues, you'll see backup catchers hang on for a decade or more because there's only so many guys out there who can handle the position defensively. And if you can find a way to hit, a few home runs or hit 250 or something like that from the catching position, you're really ahead of the game. So Frankie Luska has got a real opportunity here. If he can develop himself into a catcher, that could really elongate his career potentially.
Well, I think we've already seen the potential that he has in the bat, and then combine that with the versatility to play behind the plate. In only 6 games, we've seen him have 4 hits, a home run. He's batted in 4 runs. So nice start to Frankie Luska's campaign here. And moving on to the other side with the Beavers. Another guy that we've seen switch around positions, Xavier Warren. We saw him playing catcher the other night. Tonight he's at the hot corner at third.
Yeah, unlike Leska, he kind of came in with that reputation. You know, being drafted by Milwaukee, they really see him as a catcher potentially long term. So I think that's something we're going to continue to see on a regular basis here.
Sounds good. We're getting close to the first pitch. We're just moments away. Dan and I are going to step aside before we get this thing started. First pitch, moments away. Don't go anywhere, folks.
Hi, I'm Jerry Kozak. This is my son Jason from Kozak's Mr. Muffler.
We've been family owned and operated since 1988. We operate our business with honesty and integrity. We're a full-service auto repair facility. We have 4 locations in the Metro Detroit area to serve you: Macomb Township, Sterling Heights, Warren, and Royal Oak. At Kozak's Mr. Muffler, we focus on quality. That's why we're giving you a lifetime warranty. Something that the industry does not have. You will not find it at any other auto repair facility.
Hi, I'm Dean Morse, the District Manager of Mr. Muffler Corporation. We have 4 locations to serve your automotive needs.
Hi, I'm Justin, manager here at Mr. Muffler in Warren. Honesty and integrity is what our work is based on. Please come down for a free inspection today.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm assistant manager here at the Macomb location. Come by and see us sometime.
Hi, my name is Eric, and I'm the manager here at the Macomb location.
Hi, I'm Brian Wilson, Sterling Heights Mr. Muffler. I'm the manager, home of the lifetime warranty. Come and see us anytime.
We'd love to take care of any of your auto repair needs.
Just about ready for the first pitch and to get this game underway here at Jimmy John's Field. Bruce Bell taking the mound and warming up for the Utica Unicorns. 5 innings of work last outing, 6 strikeouts, 0 earned. Looking to have a strong performance tonight to get his team through the 5-inning game in the first of this doubleheader tonight.
Yeah, the Unicorns have a tradition of strong starting pitching, so you know, that's really what's gotten them to where they are standings-wise, and this is a big opportunity for Bruce Bell. He's had one of each so far. He had, you know, 1 bad outing, 1 good outing, and, you know, now this is where he wants to establish some consistency.
Bell will face Riles G. Lee Warren to start things off this evening. We'll see what type of pitches he comes out with to begin the contest. Throw down to second. Just a reminder to our viewers and listeners, we would love to hear from you. Comment on YouTube and Facebook, and don't forget, the first 3 people to guess the winner of the Duncan race will win a $5 gift card. So be on the lookout for that. Always a fun in-game activity that we have here at Jimmy John's Field.
I got myself my my hot coffee here, my typical doubleheader hot coffee. That I promised myself that was going to be a doubleheader tradition here, so I don't make sure I don't go to sleep on you, no matter what happens in the game. We're going to have an exciting one, though, so I don't know if I'll need the coffee or not, but I still love a good Dunkin' Donuts coffee.
I think we will have an exciting matchup. First pitch at 5:35. The first time I've said that. Usually, you know, it's first pitch at 7:05, but this one comes at 5:35. A strike, swing and a miss to TJ Riles. Hits that one foul. and a dynamic duo to go with your Dunkin' coffee, my pregame meal, a little Jimmy John's sandwich.
Oh, there you go.
Number 5, the
Good
Vito.
choice. That's the way to go.
It is.
We both go with that one.
We do indeed. Here's the 0-2 to Riles. Inside, down low.
Threw that slider in on his hands. That's a really tough pitch if you can locate it correctly to a left-hander. Looks like it's a fastball in, and they start to turn their hips on it, and then all of a sudden it's diving toward their back foot, and it's a really tough pitch to handle.
Count 2-2 now. Riles, another one of these newer players in the league that we've only got a quick glance at. Last game, he got on base a couple times. He was walked twice, struck out only once, and scored a run earlier in the week as the count goes to full.
He's quick, good base runner. He can definitely be a catalyst for this Beaver squad if he can find a way to get on base consistently.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Riles. Bruce Bell starting the evening out how he wants to.
That was a nice pitch. He had been throwing the slider in on his hands a little bit, came back with the fastball away, and was able to get it by him.
Freddie Geely now, the infielder, always commanding second base.
Yeah, does a good job at second. He's had a little bit of a rough time offensively lately. Not something that I expect to last for very long, but has been scuffling with the bat a little bit.
First pitch to Geely up high.
Had an opportunity to win it last night in extra innings by making some contact, and he ended up striking out. I'm sure he'd love to have that at bat back.
Yeah, 3 strikeouts last night, if I'm not mistaken. Not exactly what we're used to seeing from Geely, but I'm sure he'll bounce back.
It's a long season. These things happen.
Here's the 1-1. Two-one now on Geely. Count was full on Riles, and Bell got him swinging.
Falling into a little bit of a pattern with the left-handers, throwing his fastball away, throwing his slider in.
The delivery. Swing and a miss from Geely. 3-2 count now. So, Dan, I have to ask you. You're Bruce Bell, and you have to follow up a Ty Hensley no-hitter.
Yeah, well, that's not going to happen. So you have to go out there and you just pitch your game, and hopefully your game is enough to give your team a chance to win the ball game, and that's all you can do. You have to stay within yourself. Probably the worst thing you can do is if you try to elevate your performance to something like that, you end up trying to be too perfect and getting outside of what your normal game is. Someone like Bruce Bell, he's got good enough stuff to beat this Beaver squad if he does what he does. Just locate your fastball, throw your slider, and locate as best you can.
Well, he couldn't quite find the zone there. Walks Freddie Geely for the first man aboard for the Beavers. Now Xavier Warren, the Southfield, Michigan native, played his high school ball at Birmingham Groves and then college at your alma mater, Central Michigan.
Absolutely. Only the best. Me and Xavier Warren will never be mentioned in the same sentence besides the one about playing baseball at Central Michigan. He's far better than I was.
Xavier Warren kind of does it all.
He does, and he can hit it too.
Called strike on Warren now.
We did play for the same coach briefly. He actually played for 2 different coaches there, Steve Jackson and Jordan Bischel. I did as well, Judd Folsky and then Steve Jackson. So we have that in common.
Little overlap?
Yep. Those are the kind of things that happen in college athletics.
When in his senior year at CMU, he led the MAC, the whole conference, in on-base percentage, runs, doubles, walks, and was second in hits and RBIs. So he was clearly a stat sheet stuffer.
Yeah, not too shabby.
Not at all, if you ask me at least. Bell with the 0-2 offer. Inside.
If he stays with his current pattern, he's going to start to get predictable against the lefties a little bit. It seems like whenever he throws the ball away, it's been a fastball, and whenever he's been in, it's been the slider, and they're going to start to recognize that and lay off the slider.
Warren thought about that one briefly, but decided to hold off. Count 2-2 now. Geely still on first with some speed. Warren left 3 on base last outing, so I'm sure he would like to reverse that today and not squander this opportunity with Geely on first. At the minimum, advance him. Bell in another full count situation. Geely going.
It's a good time to run there. You've got a full count, 1 out. The only time that you can really get into trouble is if Warren were to swing through a strike, which he really doesn't do very often. He's a pretty good contact hitter despite being a power guy. So it's a good time for somebody with a little bit of speed like Geely to steal here. You're pretty well protected. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes again here despite the foul ball.
There he goes.
And he walked him. So
walked him.
With the walk, obviously you don't have to worry about being thrown out there, so it's a good time to run.
Low risk situation. That'll bring up Austin Shoemaker, the catcher. I've really been impressed by Shoemaker. He's played first a couple games as of late, and I've been impressed with what I've seen in the field.
Yeah, he's a nice athlete, left-handed hitter, catcher. As you mentioned, played first base. He's got some pop in his bat. He runs pretty well for a catcher. He can bunt the ball, which is unusual also for a catcher. So he's pretty well-rounded ball player.
Played his college ball at Ottawa University, Arizona. I'm not too familiar with that program.
That makes 2 of us. That's kind of the, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say it this way, but it's sort of the bread and butter of the USPBL to some degree. You know, if more of these guys played for, you know, Arizona State or UCLA or something like that, they would probably get drafted in a lot of cases by MLB affiliated organizations. And some of these guys at smaller schools, despite being very qualified, they go under the radar more so.
What better opportunity to showcase your talents than here at the USPBL?
Well, especially in 2020 when there's no minor league baseball going on anywhere. Despite, you know, the taxi squads are located off-site from the major league teams, but they're not really competing, and certainly not competing on television or anything like that. So it's a great opportunity for these guys in independent ball. Probably the best opportunity that maybe they've ever had.
There's the 0-2 from Bell to Shoemaker. Hit to the shortstop, Malik Blaze. The flip over to second. The throw to first. Nice pick by Snyder.
You got a charity hop off the mound there. That's a tough break for Shoemaker, really. He hit that ball pretty well.
The Beavers get doubled up. Shoemaker hit it to Blaze, and they flipped it for 2. We're going to break. We're back here for the bottom half of the first inning. Gavin Wayman takes the mound for the Beavers. Frankie Luxa, Adam De La Cruz, Coley Curry to start things off here for Utica. Happy birthday to the host parents, John and Diane. Special shout out on your birthdays. Hope that you're tuning in and hope that you're going to enjoy this doubleheader on your special day. Thanks for being with us.
Absolutely. We've been able to have a few of the host families here at the ballpark. Not nearly as many as we would in a traditional season. As everyone knows, we've operating under a limit of 100 people here for every game, so not able to have as many of those folks here at games in person. And that's been tough. It's been tough on them and also us. We'd love to see them out here, but you know, they become almost like real, you know, quote unquote real parents during the season, and they want to watch these boys play. And we appreciate them tuning into the broadcast. That's why we want to do as good of a job here on the broadcast as we can and make sure that they can enjoy the game that way.
No doubt about that. Gavin Wayman warming up here. It'll be interesting to see if the Unicorns can put some runs on the board for Bruce Bell early on here.
It would be good for him, help him to settle in a little bit.
Throw down from Shoemaker to Geely and Brandt, that combo in the middle of the infield. Here's the catcher tonight, number 15, Frankie Luxa, leading things off here. 1, 2, 3, Luxa, De La Cruz, Curry. Pretty nice start from Bruce Bell. Walked a couple men onto the base paths, but no damage done. First pitch from Wayman is inside on Luxka. In the zone, count 1-1 now. Frankie Luxka last game didn't make a lot of noise. 2 at-bats, got on base once, but not much besides that as he takes a called strike. Played his college ball at Madonna.
Yep.
Friend of Jeremy Otto.
Yes.
What a great call from Jeremy on Thursday night with that Ty Hensley no-no.
It was a great call. Hopefully something that he'll always remember and keep in his portfolio, his collection of ball games that he works as his career goes on. Jeremy with an off day tonight.
Here's the 1-2. Hit into center field. Charging in is McCoy.
Yeah, McCoy had a misstep there, but the key thing to remember is if you're going to make a mistake, you want to make it back as an outfielder. So he took a step back and was able to come in on that ball pretty hard. If you do the opposite thing, you usually end up getting burned. If you take your first step in and the ball's actually over your head, that's a much tougher recovery.
Adam De La Cruz now batting .270, probably one of the better averages in the league out of guys that have been here consistently throughout the season so far.
Yeah, especially with his on-base percentage. He draws a lot of walks, and that's why he's been a valuable piece at the top of the order for the Unicorns.
10 hits. He's been walked 12 times. Knows how to make his way on base. Hit down the third baseline foul.
It's an important part of the game today, the walk. You know, it's been really monitored more closely by people in baseball than it ever used to be. It's all about getting on base. So we always heard a walk was as good as a hit in Little League when we played, but it truly is the case. And professional people in baseball are viewing it the same way now.
Whatever it takes to get ducks on the pond. That one's hit into right field. The sun looks blinding out there.
It does.
For Alec Olin, he retires Adam De La Cruz. 2 down now. Some pretty quick work for Gavin Wayman. Let's take a look at the defensive alignment now for the Beavers. Left to right in the outfield, Riles, McCoy, Oland, in the infield, Warren, Brandt, Geely, Haffey. And then Shoemaker behind the dish and Wayman on the mound. Here's Coley Curry.
Yeah, Olin did a nice job blocking out the sun there. You saw him with his glove, sort of putting the glove between himself and the sun and rearranging his body in a way where he could see the ball without the sun in the background. That's going to be a tough field for him, probably for maybe just this first game until the sun moves.
Hit up the middle. Brandt tracks it down. The throw over to Haffey at first. Retires Coley Curry. 1, 2, 3 from Gavin Wayman. We're going to the top of the second here, and I believe we have the Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Trivia question coming up, Dan.
I got to get back on the W side. I got a question wrong on Catholic night, so
Well, here it is. Which guitarist is known for playing his famous rendition of the Star Spangled Banner?
Oh, that's definitely absolutely Jimi Hendrix, 100%.
Didn't even give me a chance to finish the question. You got it right though, Jimi Hendrix.
I don't even need the choices for that one.
A quick answer from Dan.
Yeah.
And you're back in the W column.
And despite what all of you younger guys here at the USPBL think, I was not actually alive for Woodstock in 1969. But certainly a very famous event, outdoor concert. It's very culturally relevant, certainly, both in the music industry and otherwise. Something more so that my parents would remember. They were not the type to go to an event like that. They were not really, I guess, hippie types, as you would say, but certainly something they would remember more so than me.
Gavin Wayman with a nice 1-2-3 inning. We'll see if Bruce Bell can do the same here with Bardzell Blaze Snyder, the doo-up. And Alec Oland will lead things off next time the Unicorns come to bat. Nice play in right field to shield the sun and corral the fly ball. Ashton Bardzell, we mentioned it pregame, the improved swings from Bardzell.
Definitely. He's someone that is, thought of as being a middle of the order type hitter in the league, but he was off to a little bit of a slow start, but you can tell he's starting to turn the corner a little bit.
You know what, I think I mixed up my lineups. We have Oland Haffey Wright starting things off, the doo-up for the Beavers. Bardzell Blaze Snyder is in the bottom half.
Yep, I thought you were getting ahead of us. I figured you wanted to talk about him anyway, which is fine with me.
We'll talk about him later too.
Actually, I think there's some similarities really with Oland too. He was somebody who was striking out too much early on, but he's starting to take some better swings. A good athlete, good base runner.
They had a hit and an RBI last game. So we're seeing him come around the corner here and put the bat on the ball and make some things happen. 0-1 on Oland. Hit to the right side of the infield, beyond the outreached arm of Snyder, and Oland is on base.
That's a good sign for Oland there. That was a really nice piece of hitting. Bell threw his slider away, and he just took it right in that direction. Just didn't try to get out in front of it. He just hit it where it was pitched and drove it the other way and got himself a nice clean base hit. Oland was the first right-handed hitter we've seen. Well, besides the switch hitter, of course, Warren, but the way that Bell has been approaching guys has been to go in with his slider on the left-handers. With the right-hander there, he threw his slider away, but Oland just hit it where it was pitched. It was a nice swing.
Ross Haffey now fouls off the first pitch of his at-bat and his night. Haffey, we're not seeing the home run numbers that we saw last year. Do you think he'll still participate in the Derby?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's got to defend his title, I would think. And he's got a chance to win it too. He's got that power. Maybe he's not producing quite as consistently as he would like right now, but he's still one of those top guys with regard to pure power.
Count 1-1 now on Haffey from Birmingham, Michigan, a local guy. We have a good amount of local guys here.
We do. It's a good opportunity for guys here locally who are maybe overlooked by the MLB draft to stay in the game and take one more run at it. Certainly a lot of good ball players out of Brother Rice over the years. Guys like Haffey and Geely.
Fouled back into the glove of Luxa. Count 1-2 now. Luxa hasn't gotten too much action back there, but so far he's looking pretty good. The pitch. Strike 3 on Haffey. He's going back to the dugout after that called third strike. Bruce Bell gets his stuff going there. Here's Josh Wright.
Josh Wright's been struggling with the stick a little bit. He's a good base runner, a guy who can make things happen with his legs. He's got to find his way on base a little bit more often going forward.
righty-lefty matchup. Here's the pitch to right. Goes for a ball. Oland still on first after the base knock to the right side of the infield. Nick Snyder just couldn't get to it quick enough and went into right field. Right fouls that one off into foul territory, third base side, to even the count as we approach the 6 o'clock hour.
Right, where's number 99 in that blue jersey? You don't see too many 99s in baseball.
Only other one I can think of is Aaron Judge, right?
And Wild Thing Ricky Vaughn in the movie Major League. Of course, that's not a it's not a real ball player.
Flip to second, the throw over to first.
It's a nice turn. Against a good base runner, too. They didn't have much time. They had to turn it quick.
Hit to De La Cruz, flip to Blaze, the throw to Snyder, doubles up. Josh Wright. We're going to the bottom half of the second inning. We'll be right back here on the USPBL Network. Check that, we're back here on the USPBL Network. Dan Griesbaum Jr. with me. I'm Jake Gorwitz, and we have the Kid Race the Mascot brought to you by DTE here.
Lancelot getting a head start.
The speed is picking up behind Lance.
Lance looks like he pulled a hammy or something. I mean, he's not even, I don't even think you can call that a run. Not sure what he ate before the ball game, but Caitlin's actually being very kind to Lance right now.
More than generous.
Yeah.
Steps on third, and she's kind of, waiting for Lance to come along behind her.
And meanwhile, we've got Gavin Wayman here on the mound saying, can the two of you guys hurry up? I got to warm up here still.
Yeah, exactly. After a 1-2-3, you can't wait to get back on the mound and resume work.
Absolutely. All right, now he's ready. And he doesn't have the ball either. He's ready to get loose now. There we go.
We have to take a look at the USPBL merch store out there in right field. If you're lucky enough to be with us here in person, can't wait till you all are. But online, you got to check out the shop. The long sleeves, pretty slick. I like the hats. We have some unique logos here in the USPBL.
Very.
And some unique colorways too.
We do, yeah. I'm really a fan of all four. I tend to gravitate toward the hopper stuff a little bit. I don't have any orange and green fandom in my previous history, so for some athletic apparel, I kind of gravitated toward that. But they're all cool. It's all cool stuff for sure.
Definitely worth checking out.
Between games, I might grab myself one of the other Gators. I do have the Diamond Hoppers one, but I like the one that the Beavers wear as well. Some of the guys around their neck.
Might be a nice addition to the Gator collection, I guess.
Definitely. I didn't have a Gator collection until this until this COVID-19 era.
Yeah, no kidding. Due up for the Unicorns, Bardzell, Blaze, Snyder. And we got into Bardzell during the mix-up before the top half of the second inning. But Bardzell with a nice outing last game, and we've seen him. He's really gotten his reps this year. Started off a little slow, but now he's picking it up.
Well, he had a big night the night of the Ty Hensley no-hitter. Hit a home run to left field as the key blow of that game. Recorded the last out as well. It's going to be a memorable ball game for him, I'm sure, going forward.
Were you ever a part of a no-hitter in your career?
Oh, geez. Only in my front office career in Detroit with the Verlander no-hitter, which was at Comerica Park in 2007, but not as a ball player. I don't think I was involved with any as a player, as I recall.
What an accomplishment. Even in 7 innings, as Bardzell hits that one into center field. He's going to be on safely at first.
High school I probably was, but the thing about high school no-hitters is usually they're a result of, I should say a frequent amount of the time, they're a result of just going against a really bad team. Usually that's why, because the competition in high school is sometimes uneven, so occasionally you'll end up playing a team that's not very good, and you'll have a good pitcher out there that throws a no-hitter, but that's why it's special. It's more special really at the professional level, because these guys are all professionals. So if somebody throws a no-hitter, they really deserved it.
Definitely does not come easy. Here's Malik Blaze. Hits to the left side of the infield. Nice play over at third. The throw to second. Nice play by Dominic Bethencourt.
Yeah, we'll have to...
or should I say Xavier Warren.
I would say that he's a well-rounded defensive player, no matter where he's playing. He's athletic, good glove, good arm. You're going to see a lot of highlights from him no matter where he's at.
Here's Nick Snyder. Has some power in his bat. We've seen him go yard. And now Blaze on first, after Bardzell was retired at second. Snyder goes around on that pitch.
Snyder's a guy who can really help this unicorn offense if he gets going. He can be one of their better guys. He's got the opportunity to hit the ball over the fence. He's hitting down in the order a little bit now. Should maybe help him get some better pitches to hit on occasion.
We've seen him hit sometimes in the cleanup spot where Bardzell is hitting tonight.
We have.
Little flip-flop by Jim Essien in the lineup tonight. But I think Bardzell deserves it.
Yeah, it's going to... There's ebbs and flows to the baseball season, of course, and it's, when you look back on it at the end of the year, you see what kind of year you had, but there's going to be ups and there's going to be downs.
1-2 count on Snyder, fixes his gloves and steps back into the box. Wayman still plugging along nicely.
He is.
It was nice getting the lead runner out at second, swinging a missed foul tip maybe. Snyder stays alive. Blaze on first with some speed, but it's definitely better than having Bardzell on second and Blaze on first, I can tell you that much.
Blaze may try to swipe a bag at some point. It might not be here.
Here's the pitch from Wayman. Hit to the left side. Jonathan Brandt with a nice diving play. The throw. No throw.
Yeah, that was going to be...
Thought about it.
He did a nice job to keep that ball in the infield, but that was going to be a very tough play.
Nice play by Brandt to limit the damage. Here's our first look at Dominic Bethencourt. And what an opportunity he has. Men on first and second for Bethencourt. Only one down. Inside. Count 1-0. In a 9-inning or even a 7-inning game, runs in the second inning, well, you don't really want to give them up, but your team has time to make up for it. But in a 5-inning game, there's little room for errors. That one's hit into right field. Past Olin, Dominic Bethencourt. Did you?
This will be interesting at the plate here.
Throw it home.
Good slide.
Blaze is in head first at home. Bethencourt leads off his USPBL career with a double into right field.
Blaze hesitated a little bit there. Off the bat, I think he wasn't sure if Olin was possibly going to catch that or not, and it was a little harder time scoring than you would expect on a ball like that. But a nice start for Bethencourt, certainly with the RBI double. good start to his season. He's a veteran of independent ball. He's had a couple of seasons in the Pacific Association, so he's got some experience certainly at this level. Off to a nice start.
Jalen Smith up to bat now. We've seen him on the Hoppers, Unicorns like tonight.
Yeah, he always seems to be out there somewhere.
2 men on with still 1 out. Jalen Smith, another one of these utility guys that can fill in a lot of different spots. Tonight he's DHing though. Here in the first game.
Yeah, chances are he'll play the second game too, probably at a position somewhere, maybe third base.
The 2-0 delivery. Outside 86 miles per hour from Wayman.
Wayman getting a little bit out front with his release point. Have to reset a little bit, take a deep breath here. Missing in the same spot consistently in that kind of a situation. You got to step off the mound, take a deep breath, and reset yourself, and find that release point again. You don't want to just keep making the same mistake over and over.
Derek Hurt with bases loaded here in the bottom of the second. Unicorns lead 1-0 after the Dominic Bethencourt double to right field. Hurt with a big spot right here.
Tough guy to double up, but they're playing back in the middle early in the ball game here. You're not overly worried about the man on third giving up a second run. Still got a long way to go, even in the 5-inning ball game, though not nearly as long as you normally would.
Hurt count 0-1 now after the check swing. Here's the pitch. Count 1-1. Evan Wayman, this would really be something if he could get out of this. Limit it to a 1-0 deficit. The off speed there.
Yeah, he left that up a little bit. When you miss with your off speed stuff, you don't want to miss high. That's a good way to get hurt.
Derek Hurt with some wheels. And you were on the call for that collision at home with Derek Hurt.
I was. That was an interesting ball game too. Ended up on SportsCenter for that moment. Not so bad.
Not top 10 play, right?
It was. It was. I guess I never thought of it at the time, but I guess having a name like Derek Hurt and you get into a collision, I guess that's kind of funny. They found it to be funny anyway.
Well, I don't think the swing and a miss will be very funny to Derek Hurt. He's going back to the dugout. Wayman gets him swinging. Top of the lineup now for the Unicorns. Here's the catcher tonight, Frankie Luxka.
Still a good spot here for Luska. He's got the bases loaded, nowhere to put you. He'll look to put a charge into one here, first ball that he likes.
He does just that, hit to first base. Got away from Haffey for a moment. The throw over to Wayman to retire the side. The Utica Unicorns leave the bases juiced in the bottom of the second.
Good recovery there by Haffey. He didn't panic. You know, when you're playing first base like that, you just got to find a way to get a piece of it and keep it in front of you, and that's what he did.
Calm, cool, and collected from Haffey to end the bottom half of the second. We're going to step aside for a brief moment. We'll be right back on the USPBL Network.
Detroit Mercy really models a value-based education. They focus a lot on service, which provides so many different experiences and opportunities that allows us to tie in everything we learn, how to apply that outside of the class.
There are a number of different programs that we're a part of to help bring the community back and revitalize the city of Detroit. Doing service with the community really helps bring Detroit Mercy outside of the gates and to everyone.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Back here at Jimmy John's Field for the third inning of the first game of our doubleheader on this Saturday evening. Thanks for joining us here on the USPBL Network. Alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr., I'm Jake Gorwitz. We have a 1-0 ball game. Could have been a lot different if the Unicorns didn't strand 3. At this moment, we are going to introduce to you our kid of the game, Crosby Horgan. 5 years old, likes to play baseball and video games.
I like it.
All right.
Like that Blue Jay gear. Wonder if he's related to Steve Horgan, one of our supporters, loyal fans here of the USPBL. He may be. I'll have to check in with Steve, a.k.a. Nutty Horgan, after this ball game and see if that's one of his fellow CMU Chippewa that I'm familiar with. So I'll have to check that out. Could be no relation for all I know, but could be one of his.
Top of the third inning, here's Jonathan Brandt to start things off for the Beavers to try to erase that 1-0 deficit. Jonathan Brandt, I gotta say, I get pumped up every time he comes out with the Earth, Wind, and Fire. I said it earlier in the season when we were on the call together, but just it gets the juices flowing for me every time. Big fan right here. Here's the first pitch to Brandt. Doesn't quite find the zone. 1-0 here in the top of the third. Swing and a miss from Brandt. Brandt, McCoy, Riles. Riles marks the top of the order for the Beavers.
Brandt always looks sharp up there. I like those socks of his.
I like the socks. I like the flow. He's got the sunglasses going tonight. No gloves.
Right.
And the sun sure does look blinding out there. So he hits that one to right center. Charging his Coley Curry. Gets under it and makes the catch. 1 out now. Here's Andrew McCoy.
Next up for Birmingham Bloomfield, the center fielder, Andrew McCoy.
I could be mistaken, but I don't think we've seen Drew McCoy in a Beavers jersey yet. He's been around with the Hoppers and I want to say the Unicorns, but I don't think he's been with the Beavers yet.
I think you're right. I don't recall seeing him in the Beavers uniform, but here he is tonight making what we think to be his first appearance with Birmingham Bloomfield, and see what he can do in this spot. 1 down. Florida native, played his college ball at Benedict College. Here's the 1-1 offer from Bruce Bell. .78 miles per hour, misses the zone. What are you seeing out of Bell thus far tonight?
I like what he's been showing so far. I think he tends to get a little bit formulaic, I think, at times, and he'll have to, mix up his patterns a little bit. But for the most part, he's getting the job done. He's got pretty good stuff. His fastball, if he locates it well, can be effective, and his slider's a good pitch, and he seems to have pretty good command of it.
McCoy grounds out to Adam De La Cruz for the second out of this inning. Top of the order now for the Beavers.
See how he approaches Riles here the second time through.
Riles sends that one to the shortstop, Malik Blaze, to throw over to Snyder at first. 1, 2, 3 for Bruce Bell.
Sharp inning.
Pretty quick work, and that's how Bruce Bell wants it here. Going to the bottom of the third. We'll be right back here on the USPBL Network.
With Equinox from your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, the sky isn't the limit. Lease a 2020 Equinox LT front-wheel drive for just $261 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field, folks, here in Utica, Michigan. For the bottom half of the third inning, Gavin Wayman resumes his duties on the bump for the Beavers. And boy, did he escape some trouble last inning.
He did. There's a couple opportunities there with men in scoring position, and the Unicorns just didn't get it done. They had him on the ropes. And they ended up letting him off the ropes a little bit, and we still got a ball game here.
Might have seen the Unicorns use up a lot of their runs in that. What was it? A 9-run inning?
They did have a 9-run inning. That was actually, I believe that was one of the ball games I missed when I was off. But yeah, they for by and large this season they haven't had a whole lot of offense. The Unicorns, their victories have basically been built on strong starting pitching for the most part.
De La Cruz, Curry, Bardzell. The duo up 2-3-4 here in the bottom of the third for the Unicorns. First pitch to De La Cruz is in for a strike. If you're Gavin Wayman, just get back to what you were doing in the first inning and let it fly. And boy, did De La Cruz let that one fly. Thought he was going 2 for a second, but he's going to halt at first.
He took a wide turn there. That was a nice relay in the outfield and keep him at first base. That ball was every bit of the distance of a typical double, but well played defensively. Drew McCoy got over there, took a nice route to it, fired it back into the infield, and kept De La Cruz at first base.
Coley Curry stepping in for the righty-lefty matchup. No down here in the bottom of the third. First pitch to Curry, down and outside for a ball. Curry with 14 appearances this year and 10 hits, and he's really mixed up the attack. A couple doubles, he has a triple to his name, a home run. Gets on base a good amount.
Yeah, he's someone who's probably always going to be in that 1 or 2 spot in the batting order. He's got some pop in his bat. He can hit it over the fence, as you mentioned.
He hits that one into center field, straight to McCoy. De La Cruz in at second, Curry in at first. That'll bring up Ashton Bardzell. Singled earlier in the game. McCoy's really getting a lot of action out there in the outfield.
Nobody out and two on here. Good opportunity for the Unicorns to extend this lead, get themselves a AAA insurance run or two.
First pitch to Bardzell. Goes for a ball. You can see Wayman's arms looks like it's getting pretty hot out there.
Yeah, every pitch has been stressful here the last couple innings too, so that doesn't help anything.
Glad we're inside.
For sure.
Count 2-0. Now on Bardzell. Curry on first, De La Cruz on second. Hits that one into right field. To Oland. De La Cruz is tagging, going to third. It looks like there will be a play. And the throw is not in time.
Good tag there by De La Cruz. That ball was hit on a line, and he had taken his secondary lead and had to really hurry back to second base in order to tag up, but was able to do it in advance. Now he's on third base with one out. There's a lot of ways to score from third with less than 2 outs, so it was a big play from a base running standpoint.
I can't pinpoint the exact situation, but if I recall correctly, in an earlier game this week, wasn't there a first-third situation and a first-third base stealing execution?
There was a steal of home on a first-third situation, yes. I don't recall top of my head who the runner at third was.
Well, clearly from Blaze's perspective, he doesn't need a first-third steal. Sends that one into left field. Blaze is on at first. Coley Curry in at second, and De La Cruz scores an RBI single from Blaze.
Wayman's on the ropes here a little bit. Good job by Shoemaker to go out and calm him down. Apparently Nick Snyder's called the Tsunami.
I was just about to comment on that.
We're learning that from our PA announcer, Leo Ortel. Never heard that one before, but
the Tsunami.
Sure, why not?
All righty. That's different, but I rock with it.
Right.
One down now. Blaze on first, Curry on second here for Nick Snyder. Opportunity to further the damage. Hits that one to Warren, the third, the throw to second, and then to first. Double play, and Wayman escapes what could have been an absolutely horrendous inning, just like the one before, but he gets out of it again and minimizes the damage.
Made a good pitch for himself, got it in on Snyder's hands, and I think it may have broke his bat, and nice play by Warren to turn it.
Heard a broken bat sound. That does it for the third inning. We'll be back for the fourth here on the USPBL Network.
Suds on Mound offers plenty of options to get your laundry done. Clean, convenient, and with clear, low pricing. No confusing cards to load or upcharges for hot water, like the other guys. We operate with quarters for one price washes with maximum water settings to get your clothes cleaner, faster. We offer 61 machines, including 3 80-pound washers, the largest in production. Suds on Mound offers self-service, wash, dry, and fold service, and we can even service entryway rugs and king-size downfilled comforters. Washes can be done as fast as 16 minutes. Our Speed Queen machines are the only brand still made in America, and we wouldn't have it any other way.
Hi, I'm Jason from Suds on Mound. Come on in, we'll get you clean. All right, Ruby, you're all set.
Mention this ad for 10% off your wash, dry, and fold service.
Crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of summer. Make every moment of summer count by picking up Budweiser today.
The Utica Unicorns have made a pitching change going into the fourth here. I believe we have Luke Dawson on the bump.
Yep, Dawson's a bit of a veteran here of the USPBL, was here in 2019, made a handful of appearances, got a victory last season, and in here for some middle relief action. Probably just, actually, I don't even know that you can really call it middle relief when you're in a 5-inning game, right? I guess he could potentially close it out from here. We're just not used to talking in 5-inning bites like that, but But he's done a pretty consistent job. You know, the last time that he was out there, he showed pretty good action on his slider. Used it on both sides of the plate. Good command. He had a no decision in one of his starts. It was a 1-0 loss. So you know, not the type of loss that you would put on him, obviously, in that situation, but has been pretty effective. So we'll see what he comes out with in relief today.
Geely, Warren, Shoemaker, just who you want up if you're the Beavers. As I take a look at the comment section here, I'm seeing a couple iced coffees. I'm seeing a couple hot coffees. I think the iced coffee is the popular prediction here today.
Iced coffee's been pretty good overall. It's been a pretty consistent performer in the race.
Here's Freddie Geely to face Dawson. First pitch of Dawson's evening goes for a ball. Here's the 1-0. 75 had some movement on it.
Yeah, it looked good. He's been able to throw that on his arm side pretty well. He backdoors it against the lefty. It's a tough pitch because you see it off the plate and you sort of lay off of it and then it comes back over the plate for a strike. That one backed up on him a little bit, not quite as, you know, not quite the snap, the one that before had it.
Two-one now on Geely with Warren waiting on deck. Sends that one to Blaze at short. The throw over to Snyder at first, and the stretch to retire Geely. One down.
He's able to get his fastball in on the hands there a little bit. Nice pitch.
Next up for Birmingham, Bloomfield, the third baseman.
Like I said, here's Xavier Warren. Third round pick by the Brewers, 92nd overall. When we see him at third tonight, we've seen him at short in his college days, and he's caught behind the dish in a couple appearances here in the USPBL, but he was announced as a catcher, which is an interesting tidbit that we'll have to expand upon here.
And he's a switch hitter to add to all that.
I was reading up on Warren's draft situation, and it seems like he kind of lost hope when the Brewers picked a shortstop in the second round out of Miami, Freddie Zamora. So, you know, coming into the draft thinking, you know, more of a infielder shortstop, and the Brewers go out and draft a shortstop, and it's not Warren. He doesn't hear his name called. Then, you know, you start to worry a little bit, but then in the third round he heard his name called.
Yeah, we've talked about the draft a little bit on previous broadcasts, and really anyone who was drafted in this year's MLB draft, pretty impressive. I mean, they only had 5 rounds, so they were very careful with their picks, and they didn't take any shots in the dark out there. Every pick was used in the wisest manner possible, at least as in the way that they felt at that time, and you want to get production out of all 5 rounds in a draft like that.
3-1. Warren sends that one to Snyder at first to ground out, second out of the inning. Luke Dawson with a sharp couple outs here in a relief effort. Here's Austin Shoemaker now. With 2 down, and time is running away here.
Yeah, you get to the 4th inning in this first game of a doubleheader, and you start to realize this. We don't have a whole lot of ball game left here.
Here's the pitch to Snyder, to Shoemaker, excuse me.
You got to be careful with Shoemaker up there in a situation where he's trying to get his team going. He might drop a bunt down on you toward third base if you're not careful. You don't expect that out of a cleanup hitter type, but he'll do it. Good movement on the slider in. He got that one maybe a little further in than he wanted, but it's a pretty good pitch for Dawson.
So you're Von Joshua, you're heading into the bottom half of the fourth inning. The score doesn't really tell the story with Gavin Wayman. He's found himself in some not so great situations. There's no question about that. Do you send him out for another frame?
Probably, just because it's a long day and you probably don't want to get too deep into your bullpen if you can avoid it. And, you know, really this game is going to swing on whether or not they can get the offense going or not.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Shoemaker. Luke Dawson with a 1-2-3. Warren grounds out to first. He retires Geely, gets Shoemaker down swinging. We're going to the bottom of the fourth here on the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
At Priority Health, we're embarking on a new normal, embracing the changes needed to keep Michigan safe. While that may look a little different for everyone, Priority Health is here to help. With access to the care you need, the doctors you want, and the quality coverage you can afford. So you can get back to this, and this, safely, steadily, and with the smartest health coverage possible.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
It's a great evening to be here at Jimmy John's Field. We can't wait till you are all with us. Looking forward to that day, and hopefully it's sooner than later. And Gavin Wayman is still on the bump for the Beavers like you predicted, Dan.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. You know, he's done an adequate job so far. He's been on the ropes a little bit, but he's been able to get off of it and has kept his team in the ball game. And I just don't think this game is going to swing, you know, based on whether or not he finishes out this this performance here in the fourth. I think it's, you know, it's going to swing on whether the Beavers get the bats going next inning or not.
Bethencourt Smith hurt. The due up for the Unicorns. Bethencourt, in his USPBL debut, drove a double to deep right field.
Yep, that's been the key hit so far. So not a bad way for him to start.
Let's see what he has in store for us in his second at-bat here. The pitch from Wayman called strike to even the count.
It just caught the corner.
85 miles per hour on that one from Wayman. Here's the even count. Two. Shadows are starting to creep in here at Jimmy John's Field. Definitely the third base side and home plate as Bethencourt fouls that one back into the screen.
I'd rather have it this way than the opposite way if I were a hitter. The ball's at least starting in the light now and it comes into the shadow, but you can see it out of his hand and you can see it, you know, 3/4 of the way or more. When it's the opposite way and it starts in the shadow, that's tough because you got to pick it up late.
Bethencourt with another foul ball, this time down the third base side. Count 2-2 on Bethencourt. Here's the pitch from Wayman. Bethencourt really making Wayman earn this out.
Yeah, he takes good rips up there.
We have a lot of score predictions in the comments section. We have a 5-3 Unicorns over the Beavers, a 3-2.
Well, in order for it to be 5-3, the Unicorns are going to have to score a few more runs this inning.
And the Beavers are going to have to go to work in the top half of the fifth, too.
They will.
3-2 Beavers over the Unicorns from Bruce Castano.
That could be if they rally.
Full count now on Bethencourt. The pitch from Wayman. Swing and a miss. Down goes Bethencourt. That's got to feel good for Wayman.
Yeah, he needed that out. You know, one of the probably the better hitters in the lineup, and he wants to close this game out. This could be closing the game out, depending on what happens in the top half of the fifth, and that's a good way to start. A little bit of stirring in the pen, but I don't think they're planning on replacing him here. I think this is his inning.
Jalen Smith fouls the first pitch of his at-bat off down the left side. Smith with Hurt on deck and Luxa in the hole. The off speed from Wayman called strike. And we were talking about some action earlier with the MAC and Central Michigan Chips and all that comes along with that conference. And I'm assuming you saw that they canceled the football season today?
I did. It's something I saw coming personally. I think it's, you know, I have an old saying that my wife is very tired of, but I think it's a good saying, and that's, what's the answer to 99 out of every 100 questions? And I believe the answer is money, 99 of 100 times. And I just think that there's too many financial elements right now for a mid-major conference like the MAC to overcome, that it's just going to be too hard.
As Smith hits that one back to Wayman, underhand toss to Haffey at first for the second out of the inning, but I mean, that's a big progression for college football. You saw UConn take themselves out of the college football season. I mean, not a big program, nothing to.
Well, the thing about that is the programs like UConn and like CMU, they are generally counting on big paydays from the Power Five when they play against them. So if a CMU plays at Michigan State or at the University of Florida or so on and so forth, they get a big payout for that. And those Power Five conferences announcing that they're not going to play non-conference games in a lot of cases, that really changes the financial outlook for a conference like the MAC. And of course, safety is going into this decision as well. But call me negative or practical or whatever you want to call me, but I think money has a lot to do with it also. You have to have a financial outlook that makes sense, and I don't think that they can financially manage something like that safely as well. And I just, I kind of saw it coming, unfortunately. It'll be a tough fall to be a student at CMU. That's a big, the campus atmosphere there is a very big part of being there, and I think the campus atmosphere will be certainly lacking this fall. I don't think that's a secret, and that's certainly not the only campus like that. There's going to be a lot of them that way.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if that trickles down to the rest of college football, and to see what type of impact the MAC really going out and being a trailblazer in that aspect.
My original prediction was that the Power Five would be the only ones that played. I don't know if that'll prove to be correct or not, but that was my original prediction about a month ago.
2-2 count now on Hurt. The pitch from Wayman.
In my opinion, the Power Five is really more like a professional league in a lot of ways. And even among the Power Five, there's some real differences there. The Big Ten and the SEC are really the big leagues, you know, compared to like the Pac-10, for instance, or whatever they call themselves now. Sometimes I forget how many teams are in each one. But, you know, the out west, there's not the same kind of TV money and network deal and things like that. But, you know, financially, it's just a different animal.
Strike 3 called on Hurt. He goes down looking. Wayman gets out of that one. 1, 2, 3. We're going to the top of the 5th here at Jimmy John's Field. The Utica Unicorns hold a 2-0 lead. And at this time, we'd like to introduce our family of the game, sponsored by Huntington Bank. Derek, Dottie, Darren, Cara, Shrum from Macomb.
Derek, Dottie, and Darren. I like the sound of that.
Thank you.
They're celebrating some New Year's Eve there, it looks like.
That's a good shot. Family of the game, sponsored by Huntington Bank.
That's what my family looks like on New Year's Eve. So ever since having kids, there's been no going out, so to speak, on New Year's Eve. It's been huddled around the TV with 1, 2, or 3 of them, however many we've had at the time, and watching the ball drop together, which is fun. It's a different kind of fun than maybe I had when I was younger, but it's still a lot of fun. The kids get a kick out of it.
I think we have Don Goodson taking over on the mound for the Unicorns to shut things down.
Yeah, that's not a bad way to shut things down. And as a reminder to everyone, the first game of a doubleheader is a 5-inning ball game, so this is it. If Don Goodson can shut this down for the Unicorns, and he's got the type of stuff to do that, certainly. Hasn't really been in a closer role before. He, by and large, has been a starter. Had a little bit of a tender arm earlier this season, and it looked like maybe he was going to go into a setup-type role with, you know, the Unicorns have a regular closer in Nolan Clenny, who's done a terrific job also. And maybe we'll see him in Game 2, but it looks like they're going to hand this first one to Goodson to close out.
I think we might have Jordan Finney taking over for Frankie Luxka behind the dish.
Makes sense from a defensive standpoint. More of a veteran type catcher here with the lead late in the game.
Jordan Finney had a great pickoff at first base a couple games ago. Might have been on a Sunday. But a runner underestimated Finney's arm behind the plate and got too big of a secondary, and Finney fired it down to first to retire the runner. It was a pretty impressive play.
Yep.
Oland Haffey right, 5, 6, 7 here in the top of the 5th. Last chance for the Beavers to tie this up or take the lead.
Well, first at bat so vitally important. If Olin can get on, he's a good base runner. They'll need 2 runners, though.
Well, you always have Haffey's power, and he's on deck, so.
Yeah, if you can get a runner here, you got a chance to tie the ball game, potentially.
You can never rule that out of the equation. Called strike on Olin. Count 1-2 now from Goodson. Goodson doesn't really mess around there on the mound. He does not take his time.
He gets the ball and tries to go.
Hit the blaze at short. The throw over to Snyder at first is good to retire Olin for the first out of the top of the 5th.
And that's a big out. Because now you have a power guy like Haffey coming up, and even if he does get you for a home run, you still got the lead.
The relief pitchers here today doing a lot better than the ones we saw in the Tigers-Pirates game last night.
Well, that's not saying a whole lot, is it?
No, not at all, but, well, they're doing a lot better, actually.
That was like the Steelers and Lions, really.
Yeah. 17-13 was your final.
Well, Don Goodson's got great stuff here, certainly closer-type stuff if he's going to be in that role. As we mentioned, has been a starter a little bit, actually a lot in the USPBL. And if we see him in short relief situations, he's gonna light up the gun with his fastball.
79 miles per hour on that pitch from Goodson. Count 1-2 on Haffey. 1 down after Oland grounded out to Blaze at short. Up high and a little inside from Goodson. Evens the count.
He's at 93 consistently with his fastball right now. Yeah, and that was nasty. He got it. Not only was it at 93, but it was on the black. Froze Haffey with it. He may have been looking for the slider there, and if you're looking for anything besides that fastball, you're not going to be able to pull the trigger on it at 93.
Here's number 99, Josh Wright. Beavers are down to their last out here.
And that K looking was Haffey's second of the game.
First pitch to Wright, high and away into foul territory. Goodson is really bringing the heat here.
Yeah, in a short relief roll, he's gonna empty the tank, and we're gonna see some pretty good fastballs.
Pinched right on that pitch from Goodson. Counts even now, 1-1, 2 down here.
He's really got great drive toward the plate. Goodson does. Just explodes.
Wright fouls that one away to stay alive here. Jonathan Brandt on deck if Wright can get on base safely. But he's down to his last strike. And Goodson is looking sharp so far. Do you think the slow offensive start to the day for the Beavers has any correlation with the back-to-back with last night?
It could be. It's hard to say. You know, I think momentum is only as good as the next day's starting pitcher, and you know, I think if Bruce Bell hadn't done a good job, then we'd have a different situation here. But he did do a good job.
Did Wright go? He did. That'll do it for the first game of our doubleheader here at Jimmy John's Field. The Utica Unicorns take this one 2-0. Bruce Bell, Luke Dawson, and Don Goodson with the combined shutout here in our first game.
They did a nice job. You know, Bruce Bell's put together a couple of nice outings in a row now, which is good to see out of him. Definitely an interesting appearance there by Don Goodson to close this one out. You know, if you're the Beavers, you're obviously within shouting distance, only down 2-0, but you see someone like Goodson come in the game, and that can dampen your mood real quick. He's got pretty good stuff, and the Unicorns starting to put together a really nice pitching staff. I mean, you look at the starting pitchers like Hensley, and I believe we're going to see Komitas here in the second game. I don't know if that's been confirmed yet or not, but they've got good starting pitching. They've had good starting pitching all season, and now they're starting to build a bullpen with Clenny and Goodson and some others that can really be tough to contend with.
Not to mention that it has to be encouraging to have all of those base runners, whether they were left on and stranded or not. You're getting guys on base. Those are opportunities for runs, and you know, if you capitalize, you're blowing these games wide open.
Yeah, they need to capitalize more though going forward. So it's good to get some activity on the base paths, but they're going to need some guys in the middle of the order there to capitalize for them, and something to keep an eye on going forward.
2-0 is our final in the first leg of our doubleheader on this Saturday evening. Thanks for joining us for the first game. For Dan Griesbaum Jr., I'm Jake Gorowitz. We'll be back in a little bit for Game 2. We still have Unicorns Beavers baseball here on the USPBL network at Jimmy John's Field. We'll see you in a short bit.
If I hit a home run, then you know what's going out of the park. Yeah, bases loaded, we ain't letting up. Scoring back to back, you can count it up. United we stand together, divided we fall. Ain't no turning back, we done came too far. far to turn around and have a seat now. We don't compare, cause we're unicorn. Illuminate the dark with my uniform. Every time you see me stand up and salute me. It ain't no competition, not even from you. If I hit a home run, then you know what's going out of the park. Yeah, bases loaded, we ain't letting up. Scoring back to back, you can count it up. United we stand together, divided we fall. Ain't no turning back, we done came too far to turn around and have a seat now. We don't compare, cause we're unicorns. Illuminate the dark with my uniform. Every time you see me stand up and salute me. It ain't no competition, not even from you.
And on your right is the Statue of
At Priority Health, we're embarking on a new normal, embracing the changes needed to keep Michigan safe. While that may look a little different for everyone, Priority Health is here to help. With access to the care you need, the doctors you want, and the quality coverage you can afford. So you can get back to this, and this, safely, steadily, and with the smartest health coverage possible.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Oslin's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle. And their new, efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Oslins are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE Energy.
Catch the Chevy Colorado at your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Lease a 2020 Colorado LT four-wheel drive crew cab for just $229 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Readying the 1-2 pitch is Ty Hensley. A little blinder to right field coming in. Bartell makes the catch, and Ty Hensley has history here tonight. A 7-inning no-hitter, and I don't think he knew it.
I love it. He's locked into his routine.
The 4th no-hitter in USPBL history here tonight.
He was pitching his ball game, doing what he wanted to do, and accomplish what he wanted to accomplish out there, and I think you're absolutely right. I don't think he even realized the situation. Good for him.
And number 1, good news. The United Shore Professional Baseball League is playing. Bad news, the runner from the Utica Unicorns hits the umpire real hard. The runner's name, Derek Hurt. Yeah.
At midnight, when the ATM cruelly devours your card. At 6 a.m., when your credit goes down the drain. Or at 10 p.m., when you realize your credit card went on vacation without you. Michigan First is here. With our 24-hour call center, online banking with live chat, mobile banking, and branches near you. Michigan First. You have our attention 24/7.
Looking for a great rate on a new vehicle? Introducing our credit union's Drive promotion with rates as low as 1.89% and no payments for 90 days. Or refinance and save on your current auto loan with our 1% lower guarantee. You can now get pre-approved and close a loan remotely with our convenient online application process. Stop in today or visit ourcuonline.org/drive to drive away happy.
We're back here at Jimmy John's Field for Game 2 of our doubleheader this Saturday evening. Thank you for joining us for the first one, and if you're just tuning in for the second game, we have the Unicorns and the Beavers, and we had a pretty good game in the first half of our doubleheader here. A 2-0 Unicorns win. The pitching was pretty stellar with the combined effort of Goodson and Bruce Bell and the middleman, Luke Dawson. And the Beavers really couldn't string a couple together. They had a couple opportunities and could have been a lot more than 2-0 if the Unicorns brought a couple more guys in that they had on base. But overall, a win is a win for the Unicorns.
Yeah, you know, they've followed the model that they pretty much have all year to this point, and that's been with good pitching. You know, as I said earlier in the broadcast and the pregame show, I think eventually they're going to have to produce a little bit more offense, you know, as the season keeps going, if they're going to stay in first place. But if you're pitching shutouts every day, I guess it really doesn't matter, at least for the time being.
Taking a look at the upcoming game, same matchup, except we have, you know, a couple different pitchers on the mound, pretty similar lineups. We have Cameron Comer, Romero Harris, and Ron Williams Jr. entering the lineup for the Beavers, and Antonio Torres playing catcher for the Unicorns. And on the mound, I guess we'll start off with the Unicorns, Greg Shanahan, and then the Beavers, Justin Revels. We've seen Revels in a Unicorns uniform a couple times this season, but circling back around to Shanahan, because we'll get a look at him first. Greg Shanahan has pretty good arsenal. He's got the 4-seam, the slider, 2-seam cutter, which we don't see too often, and then the changeup.
Yeah, he's got, you know, he's one of those guys that has a lot of different looks. You know, most of those pitches are all right around the same speed. They just move a little bit different. His 4-seam is cut a little bit straighter, and he throws it more up. Traditionally, he can run that one up there a little bit quicker, you know, closer to 90 miles an hour consistently. The two-seamer is a little bit less than that usually, but it's got a bit more tail. And the cutter he can throw in on left-handers a little bit, and if he keeps it away from right-handers. He can get them to chase it off the plate a little bit. But, it should be an interesting matchup. A couple veteran pitchers here, and we'll see how this one plays out.
You talked about the shade, and it's even more commanding.
Yeah, it's creeping
now into the infield, and it's making its way to the mound. We'll take a look at Justin Revels after the break. We're going to step aside before the second game of our doubleheader here at Jimmy John's Field.
When you are in need of air conditioning services, turn to the experienced professionals at McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration. Since 1970, we've been delivering high-quality air conditioning installation and repair services. Call for a free estimate today. Let us help you be cool and comfortable. For comprehensive HVAC services, contact McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration today.
Last year, Belfour did 114,000 different jobs around the world. We've been to floods, fires, tornado sites, earthquakes, where people have lost everything. Yes, your homes can be rebuilt, and yes, your businesses will be rebuilt, but most importantly, your lives will be rebuilt. There's nothing that we cannot fix, and we believe that.
It's our pictures.
To me, that's Belfour. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
All the opportunities I've been given, I would not have been able to get at bigger universities.
Here, the professor cares about your success and is willing to work for it with you.
So much preparation for the future.
I couldn't imagine being anywhere else.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Catch the Chevy Malibu at your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Lease a 2020 Malibu 1LT for just $288 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
We really were fortunate to get out when we did. Losing our family photos, our wedding pictures, can't replace it.
Can you imagine losing everything you've got? You realize that it's the little things in life that matter. Things that they thought were damaged and thrown away, all of a sudden they magically reappear. And you see the human spirit come back.
It's our pictures.
To be able to put you safely back in your home matters to us. People matter. People count. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Oslin's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle. And their new, efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Oslins are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE Energy.
At Priority Health, we're embarking on a new normal, embracing the changes needed to keep Michigan safe. While that may look a little different for everyone, Priority Health is here to help. With access to the care you need, the doctors you want, and the quality coverage you can afford. So you can get back to this, and this, safely, steadily, and with the smartest health coverage possible.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Catch the Chevy Colorado at your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Lease a 2020 Colorado LT four-wheel drive crew cab for just $229 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. The Chevy Trax from your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers has a sporty, compact design that makes it the perfect SUV for everywhere you like to roll. Lease a 2020 Trax LT front-wheel drive for just $222 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Hi, I'm Jerry Kozak. This is my son Jason from Kozak's Mr. Muffler.
We've been family owned and operated since 1988. We operate our business with honesty and integrity. We're a full service auto repair facility. We have 4 locations in the Metro Detroit area to serve you: Macomb Township, Sterling Heights, Warren, and Royal Oak. At Kozak's Mr. Muffler, we focus on quality. That's why we're giving you a lifetime warranty. Something that the industry does not have. You will not find it at any other auto repair facility.
Hi, I'm Dean Morse, the District Manager of Mr. Muffler Corporation. We have 4 locations to serve your automotive needs.
Hi, I'm Justin, Manager here at Mr. Muffler in Warren. Honesty and integrity is what our work is based on. Please come down for a free inspection today.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm Assistant Manager here at the Macomb location. Come by and see us sometime.
Hi, my name is Eric, and I'm the manager here at the Macomb location.
Hi, I'm Brian Wilson, Sterling Heights Mr. Muffler. I'm the manager, home of the lifetime warranty. Come and see us anytime.
We'd love to take care of any of your auto repair needs.
Suds on Mound offers plenty of options to get your laundry done. Clean, convenient, and with clear, low pricing. No confusing cards to load or upcharges for hot water, like the other guys. We operate with quarters for one price washes with maximum water settings to get your clothes cleaner, faster. We offer 61 machines, including 3 80-pound washers, the largest in production. Suds on Mound offers self-service, wash, dry, and fold service, and we can even service entryway rugs and king-size down-filled comforters. Washes can be done as fast as 16 minutes. Our Speed Queen machines are the only brand still made in America, and we wouldn't have it any other way.
Hi, I'm Jason from Suds on Mound. Come on in, we'll get you clean. All right, Ruby, you're all set.
Mention this ad for 10% off your wash, dry, and fold service.
Alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr., I'm Jake Gorwitz, and we're back here on the USPBL Network at Jimmy John's Field for the second game of our doubleheader, brought to you by Macomb Community College. Big thanks to the grounds crew. We're spraying down the field, getting ready for the second game. Pitchers are warming up, and at this time we'd like to take a look at the lineups. We mentioned there's a couple changes, nothing drastic, but we have some notable substitutes. Starting off with the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers starting lineup, sponsored by AAA Michigan. Leading off, TJ Riles, followed by Freddie Geely, Xavier Warren. The same 1, 2, 3, 4. Austin Shoemaker, and after Austin Shoemaker, we have Alec Oland actually in right field, I believe. followed by Cameron Comer behind the dish. Now Romero Harris has some pop in his bat. We've seen him go yard a few times this year. And Ron Williams Jr. at first. And Jonathan Brandt at short. And the starting pitcher is Justin Revels. And the Beavers record goes to 7-8-1 after that one. And taking a look at the Unicorns side of things. Lineup also brought to you by AAA Michigan. Frankie Luxka catching again.
I actually don't think he is catching. I think
maybe
he's,
in left.
I believe he's in. Yeah, he's in the outfield. I believe.
Maybe in left, and then
typo.
Derek Hurt. Well, we'll have to see. Maybe we'll see Coley Curry.
Actually,
at first base.
Derek Hurt's in center. Coley Curry's at first. Yeah, I think the positions got mixed up there.
Then Nick Snyder DHing.
Yes.
So we have Luxka, De La Cruz, Curry 1, 2, 3. Bardzell cleaning up. Blaze at short, batting fifth. Snyder, Bethencourt, Hurt, 5, 6, 7. Followed by Antonio Torres catching. Bethencourt, we saw that impressive debut with a shot to right center field to score one and break the game open.
Yeah, that was really the key hit of the ball game, I would say. Not a bad way to get himself started here, and we'll see how that progresses here in game 2.
Circling back around to Justin Revels, number 40, the starter for the Beavers. He has some interesting pitches in his repertoire. 4-seam fastball slider, 2-seam fastball, and then a changeup. His primary and secondary pitches appear to be the 2-seam and then the slider. He goes with the 2-seam about 32% of the time, and the slider 30% of the time. Slider can get up to 83, 84, and the fastballs, we're looking at about 90, 89, 90, 91 if he's really amping it up. The slider, it sometimes misses the zone down low. We'll see what he has in store for us tonight, but nonetheless, a guy that likes to get down to business, and he doesn't mess around on the mound. He looks super serious.
Yeah, he's a strike thrower. He, if you're gonna miss with your slider, missing down's not a bad place for it. But he's a overall strike thrower who's done a good job. We've seen him. It's unusual to see him in the Beavers uniform like this. He's been on the other side of things with the Unicorns to date, but he's a member of the taxi squad, so he can potentially pitch for any one of the teams here in the USPBL, and he's a guy that keeps you in the ball game because he throws strikes and he mixes it up well. He's had a lot of success too. I mean, as you look at his stats, 2-0 with a 1.12 ERA, and not a huge strikeout guy, really. Less than a strikeout per inning. He's got 12 over 16 innings, and the key stat really is that he's only walked 3. So he gives you a chance because he doesn't give out any free passes.
You just saw Greg Shanahan getting ready to exit the bullpen, so I think that signifies our second game getting started pretty soon. The umps are back out, and we have a few moments until the first pitch. Dan and I will step aside, and we'll see you on the other side of the break. Back to it here on the USPBL network. As you see, manager Jim Essien in the dugout for the Unicorns. His team is taking the field to face the Beavers once again. Greg Shanahan, we've seen him wear number 40, I think, in a different uniform. He's wearing 22 tonight. Warming up before Riles, Geely, Warren step up for the Beavers.
Greg Shanahan's a guy who can get his fair share of strikeouts, where his trouble has come into play this year has been on the walk side. He's struck out 21 guys in 15 innings, which is a great ratio, but he's also walked 17, and that's really the reason why he's 1-4 with an 8.62 ERA right now. Just way too much activity on the bases and too many free passes. He's going to get his share of swings and misses, but he's going to have to establish better command of his pitches overall to take the next step.
And he'll have to deal with TJ Riles first. He didn't make much of an impact in the first game. He struck out in the first and grounded out to short in the third. But TJ Riles, one of our newcomers in the league that we've only gotten a sneak peek of his ability, but he comes from an athletic family, to say the least. His sister Kelly played basketball at UNC Asheville and is playing professionally overseas now, and his other sister Camry is a national champion gymnast at the University of Bridgeport. So it's in his DNA.
Very impressive.
Runs deep in the Riles family.
Well, it's not to speak of his father, Ernie, who was a big leaguer with 5 teams from 1985 to 93. So
played in the '89 World Series, I think.
I think that's right. Yeah, was he on the A's?
With the Giants.
Oh, the Giants. Okay. The famous Bay Bridge World Series with the earthquake.
Riles steps into the box for the first pitch from Shanahan. Hit up the middle towards Blaze, and it's under his glove.
Yeah, Riles not wasting any time there.
Goes after the first pitch and is able to put it up the middle, and I guess Blaze couldn't take care of it.
I don't know. We'll see what the official call is there. I think that's a base hit. It was to Blaze's left, and a little bit of a tough play. He hit it hard. I think he deserved a base hit there.
That is what the call appears to be.
See if he tries to steal a bag too.
Well, Shanahan knew of the possibility.
Yeah, he's been pretty aggressive so far in his young stay with us here.
And there he goes. The throw down to second from Torres. The tag is not in time. Riles in at second. That's a TCF bank stolen base. Riles will take second. He's checking out the forearm. Might have a little blood there.
He's been picked off a couple times also in his young career, so he's an aggressive base runner. Can work against him at times.
Freddie Geely in the batter's box now with Riles on second, and seems as if the Beavers want to hop on this one in a hurry.
Well, they need to score first here. It's after you get shut out like that in game 1, you want to get out to a lead.
.721 is the time of our second at bat. First game was only 5 innings. We're going 7 here in the second game of the doubleheader. Shanahan throws a strike to Geely, makes the count 3-1 now. The trees are rustling out in the outfield. The wind seems to be picking up a little bit as Geely drives that one into right field toward Barzell. Riles coming home, and there will not be a throw. And just like that, the Beavers are off to a 1-0 lead here in our second game.
That's probably the hardest hit ball we've seen from Geely in about a week. He's been scuffling a little bit, but that's a good sign for him.
Next up for Birmingham, Bloomfield, the third baseman, Xavier Warren.
Here's Xavier Warren, and if there's a player that can keep it going, it's Warren. With no outs, 1-0 after Geely brings Riles home. Warren fouls that one off in front of Torres. Mentioned earlier in the first game, Warren played high school ball at Groves. Do you ever play Groves in the high school season, Dan?
We do, yeah. Birmingham Groves, good program. Couple of good programs out of the Birmingham area between Groves and Brother Rice, who certainly produces a lot of prospects as well.
The 0-1 to Warren. Up high and out of the zone to even the count at 1 apiece. Probably not the start that Shanahan had pictured in his mind. One nothing, a couple men on base, and what was the thought process there from Warren?
He wanted
out.
Yeah, he wanted to get time, but he just asked for it too late, and he knew the umpire wasn't going to give it to him, but he stepped out anyway. He wasn't ready to hit. It happens.
Well, it was out of the zone anyways, so
Yep.
it wasn't the worst thing that Warren could have done.
Got lucky. Missing high with his fastball right now, pretty consistently.
Count 3-1 now on Warren. Shanahan takes a look over at Geely. Geely's going to second. And
That's
Warren
ball 4.
is walked. Another low-risk situation, stealing a bag right there.
Yep.
With the possibility of a walk. Here's Austin Shoemaker now DHing in this game. We saw him behind the plate.
It's always a relief when you're a catcher and you caught the first one, you get to DH the second one. Give your legs a little bit of a break.
First pitch to Shoemaker goes for a strike. Warren on first and Geely on second. In the top of the first here at Jimmy John's Field. Thought about it right there.
Yep.
Count 1-1 on Shoemaker. Inside goes that pitch from Shanahan. Count 2-1. Shoemaker doesn't really strike out a whole lot. He had only 4 strikeouts coming into the doubleheader today. Pops that one up into foul territory. It looks like Bethencourt has room, and he will make the catch for the first out of the game.
Except for the Beavers, the right fielder, Alec Oland.
Here's Alec Oland. He had the only hit for the Beavers in the first game, right?
He did. He did. It was a single, and that was only hit that the Beavers managed in that one. Short 5-inning game.
Oland's last performance coming into today, 1 for 4 with an RBI.
Took a good swing on that hit he had in the first game as well. It was a slider away that he just drove to right field, hit it where it was pitched.
That was just out of the reach of Snyder, right? Yeah.
I believe so.
Pops that one into foul territory. This time on the right side, Coley Curry makes the catch.
Well, he's used to handling plenty of fly balls. Normally a center fielder.
I think he played first base in high school.
Next up for the Beavers, the catcher,
So he does have some experience there.
He's about as athletic of a high school first baseman as you would ever find. Of course, he throws left-handed, so that lends itself toward ending up at first. But
Cameron Comer now for his first at bat of the night. Now with 2 outs, Warren still on first, Geely on second. First pitch to Comer goes for a strike from Shanahan, and similar to Wayman last game, Shanahan could get out of a sticky situation here.
He could. Just, overall, he's got to make sure that he's not getting himself in trouble with the walks. He's got to keep coming after guys, pounding the zone.
That pitch evens the count on Comer. 1-1, 2 down here in the top of the first. Our second game brought to you by Macomb Community College. In the zone for Shanahan, goes for a called strike. Count 1-2. Here's the pitch. Hit to Blaze at short. The throw over to second to De La Cruz. Retires Warren, and that'll get Shanahan out of the top of the first. The Beavers have a 1-0 lead after the offense comes alive. We'll be back here on the USPBL for the bottom of the first.
We like to do it before we go out on the weekend.
We do.
We do it every week.
Whether we need to or not. We did it today.
It was really dirty.
My parents do it every day.
Hey, kiddo!
Do it every day with the Unlimited Club, only at Jack's Car Wash. Protect your car from the hot summer sun, dust, dirt, and contaminants all summer long with the Jack's Unlimited Club. Join today, starting at just $21.99 a month.
Back here at Jimmy John's Field, I'm Jake Gorwitz, and I'm here with Dan Griesbaum Jr. We have Justin Revels on the mound for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. It'll be interesting to see what type of outing he can put together.
Chances are it'll be one that keeps the Beavers in the ballgame. He's a strike thrower. He doesn't give up too many free passes. He's pretty steady out there. Kind of a short type arm action that gets on you a little bit quicker maybe than you would expect, with regard to his fastball. He's been a guy that's been really consistent thus far and really gives his club a chance to stay in the ballgame when he's out there.
And on the other side, we have Frankie Luxka in left field now this game, leading off the game for the Unicorns. What'd you see from Luxka behind the plate and also in the batter's box in game one?
Well, we only saw 4 innings from him behind the plate. He was lifted for the defensive replacement when we got into the 5th. So I don't know that he was tested a whole lot. But I think I like the idea. I like the idea of putting him back there. He's got a few different spots where he can play. He can play some first base, play some outfield, but catching, like I said, that's the type of thing that can be a difference maker in your career, and I think it's a good idea for him to dabble in it and see what happens.
Well, especially if he already has it figured out offensively and with the bat.
Yeah, I think he's got some ability there for sure.
Not every catcher can put the bat on the ball consistently and be a difference maker in the offensive categories.
Definitely.
First pitch to Luxka from Revels goes for a ball. Here's the 1-0 delivery. Second consecutive ball out of the zone from Revels. A couple times I've seen Revels, it kind of makes me chuckle a little bit. He's so serious when he comes off of the mound and goes back to the dugout. He is just dialed in 24/7. He does not want to make a mistake, and when his defense gets behind him, he's fired up when he goes back to the dugout.
All business. Well, this is a business now. It's professional baseball, and you may as well take it seriously. Have some fun, hopefully, out there, but take it seriously.
And especially in a summer like 2020 when there's not a whole lot of baseball or sports to begin with going around. Hopefully there's some more eyes on these guys, and some great performances can really go a long way.
I hope so.
Swinging a miss. Down goes Luxka. Caught by Comer as the infield tosses it around. That'll bring up Adam De La Cruz. The second baseman from the Bronx, actually.
I heard he's not a Yankee fan, though. That's the that's the word on the street. Not sure if that was good info or not, but we got that from one of our viewers one night.
We might have to ask him personally about that sometime.
I know our producer PJ Gradowski, big Yankees fan.
Hit to the right side, a spinning effort.
Nice
the
play.
Throw to first from Geely to Williams Jr. Retires De La Cruz for the second out of the bottom half of the first. Here's Coley Curry now.
Speaking of the Yankees, I certainly got to believe that they've got a good chance to win another title this year.
How hot is Aaron Judge right now?
Well, he's pretty good, so short season like this, it'll be exciting to see what kind of numbers he'll put up.
Coley Curry golfs that one to the right side to Geely. The throw over. 1-2-3 goes Revels. Revels likes it. Couple claps from Revels as he goes to the dugout. Going to the second inning. Unicorns go hitless in that one. And Dan, you have a chance.
Got to stay hot here with the trivia.
To go 2 in a row with the Freaky Fast trivia. You know what time it is.
Well, I hope it's another topic that I'm familiar with. Let's see.
Here you go.
Oh, God, Saturday Night Live I'm as familiar with as anything in my life. I have to. Christopher Walken with the cowbell. It's absolutely Don't Fear the Reaper.
Don't Fear the Reaper. Is that the answer? Excuse me. That is.
Absolutely. You got to have more cowbell. Now, if I could do a Christopher Walken impression, I would, but I'm not gonna dumb down the broadcast by trying.
Well, I don't know about our viewers, but I know I'd like to hear it.
No, but that was a terrific Saturday Night Live sketch for sure, featuring Will Ferrell and Christopher Walken. Looks like they're going to play Don't Fear the Reaper here at the ballpark, which is always fun. I showed that sketch to my my 9-year-old the other day, and he really got a kick out of it. That's one of those, even though it's an adult late night show, that's one of those sketches that has universal appeal for those of all ages. It's just funny. Chris Parnell was a big part of that sketch. You familiar with that one, Jake?
I've seen it a handful of times.
Okay, all right.
I know what you're talking about.
It's a little bit self-deprecating because Will Ferrell's willing to show his less than beach body in that sketch, also. But that's how Will Ferrell is. He's he'll do what it takes to get a laugh, certainly, even if it's at his own expense.
He's one of my favorites. Love that guy.
Chris Kattan was in that one. There's some funny guys in that sketch.
Going to the second inning now. Greg Shanahan back out for another frame of work. Gave up one in the top of the first. Not exactly a picture-perfect start to his evening, but he settled down and really limited the damage, and what could have gotten away from him didn't. And we have a 1-0 ball game, but for the Beavers, on the other hand, that's a big-time start.
Yeah, Shanahan, if he can keep the team in the ball game for 3-4 innings here, that's going to be enough. The Unicorns have a couple good relievers still in the hopper. I know Bobby Komitas is down there still, and he's been really outstanding in relief this year. Nolan Clenny is still down there, who's been a terrific closer. I know Goodson already went the 1 inning in the last game. Not sure that he would go again, but if he can be a bridge here to the bullpen. Oh, looks like Blaze sort of over-pursued that ball, really. If he was going to backhand it, he needed to stop a little bit short of that ball and reach more so. He ended up taking, I think, 1 step too many, and ended up going off of his, I think it was his foot.
That hit was from Romero Harris, who's on at first after the knock to the left side of the infield. Not a great start defensively for Blaze. Didn't quite judge the ground ball perfectly, and just like that, Harris is on at first with Ron Williams Jr. up to bat with the red barrel. It's a little different.
It is.
Well, I like it. It goes with the uniform.
There's been some interesting bats here this season.
It's a nice compliment. Harris going to second, the throw down.
That's a big jump.
Ooh, hopped up, and it looks like it got Blaze in the face.
Jeez, that's the last thing he needed. Adding injury to insult. He, kind of kicked that last ball a little bit to let the runner on, then the runner steals, and he ends up getting injured on the play. That's the last thing he needed.
Blaze will take a moment for himself and crouch down. Looks to be a little shaken up as De La Cruz and Bethencourt go over to check on their teammate. I think he'll be okay, though.
Yeah, it came up and bit him a little bit, but it looks like he's all right. There's a difference between being hurt and being injured, and it looks like he was just hurt there for a little bit. He'll shake it off.
We see in the comment section a Game 2 player of the game prediction from Dave Page goes to Ashton Bardzell, and final score, Unicorns 5-1.
Okay. Better shut it down here the rest of the way then.
Then we have a prediction for Freddie Geely, player of the game.
That's a good prediction. It's a good start.
Especially with his top half of the first.
Definitely.
Those were on our YouTube comment sections as the count is 3-1 on Williams Jr. Transitioning over to Facebook now. We have a good amount of Duncan predictions in the Facebook comment section as the count moves full on Williams Jr. The Duncan race is coming up at the end of the third, so we'll see who in the comment section is right about that.
Yeah, right. Here's an interesting one from Stephanie. Adam De La Cruz's host family here. I can confirm he is not a Yankees fan, although he lives across the street from the stadium in the Bronx. How about that? He's actually a Red Sox fan. Oh, my goodness. Grew up idolizing Manny Ramirez due to the shared Dominican heritage. I can certainly appreciate that part of it.
A half swing from Ron Williams Jr. sends it down the left baseline. That'll score Harris from second, and Williams Jr. is on a board at second base after a little chopper almost down the third baseline. Just stayed fair.
Well, luck is part of this game too. That's why you put the ball in play, see what happens.
Here's Jonathan Brandt now.
Our producer, PJ Gradowski, the Yankees fan, muttering to himself about De La Cruz being a Red Sox fan, of course. Imagine living that close to Yankee Stadium, though, and being a Red Sox fan. That has to be
painful.
Yeah, it has to be frustrating on occasion.
We have a viewer from Kansas saying, "Let's go Unicorns." We're all over the map.
Oh, yeah. We get around the country pretty good with this broadcast. It's been fun to follow where everybody comes from, and all these ball players certainly come from around the country. A lot of their family and friends tune in. It's been nice to see.
1-1 now on Brandt, and I know I'm sure excited and happy to be back in the booth with you, Dan. It's a pleasure. Oh, and Brandt gets nailed in the back. He turns away from that one and wears it.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to take a deep breath here as he goes to first base. Looks like he's all right.
Slow stroll down to first, but
yeah, he'll take his time. Says if you're going to hit me in the back here with an open base, I'm going to take my time before you get back up on the mound.
We got ice.
Yep.
TJ Riles top of the order already now for the Beavers. Brandt on first, Williams on second, no outs. Shanahan not exactly in a spot that he would like to be in once again. Here's the 1-0. Hit into center field, a pop fly to Derek Hurt. He's under it, backpedaling a little bit. Makes the catch.
That's an uncomfortable feeling when you end up having to backpedal like that. The backpedal is the absolute last thing you want to do as an outfielder, but he managed that one okay. It wasn't too far behind him.
That'll bring up Freddie Geely after the fly out from Riles. Freddie Geely with an RBI single in the first inning and has more opportunities now for RBIs. First pitch to Geely goes for a strike. The 0-1 offer from Shanahan. Off speed in there at 76 miles per hour. Not in the zone, however. Even count it. 1-1. Foul tip into the glove of Torres from Geely. 1-2 now. Brandt on first after hit by pitch, and Williams on second after a piece of hitting down the third baseline that just stayed fair, and Williams Jr. going to third. The hit from Geely into right field. That'll score Williams. Brandt will stay put at second. Geely with another RBI single.
Player of the game prediction's looking pretty good right now. Brandt did a nice job to avoid getting hit by that baseball. He started to cross over and go to second base, had to stop to avoid getting hit by the ball, which would have, of course, been a dead ball and an out. But being able to avoid that, they score the run, and we've got first and second and only one out still.
Great heads-up base running by Brandt.
It's important as a base runner to, not just run blind. You have to, when you cross over to take that step, you have to peek a little bit to your left to see what's going on at the plate.
First pitch to Warren, called a strike. And Warren has the exact same look that Geely had, men on first and second, with only one out. Xavier Warren was he the player of the game earlier in the week in one of his first games?
He was, yep.
He went yard, yep. Hits that one into foul territory. Bethencourt, does he have a chance? And he ran out of real estate there. Almost made the catch. I don't know if he had a good chance at it, but he went for it.
If somebody could have snagged that folding chair, it might have helped him a little bit too. I think that got in the way. That's a long run over there. There's a lot of territory, and Dom Bethencourt's going to learn real quick that when you pursue a ball on the third baseline like that, you got a lot of real estate.
Count 1-2 on Xavier Warren, the Brewers' third-round pick in the latest MLB draft. Good start to his USPBL career. Only played in 3 games coming into today. This being his 5th now. Here's the 2-2. Warren didn't like it, and neither did the home plate ump. Full count. Both runners going. And Warren has walked to load the bases.
Yeah, Shanahan is, still plagued by the walk. That's an issue that he's going to have to contend with. The big, strong right-hander. He's got a good frame out there. He's a good prospect, but he just can't give up this many bases.
So we see De La Cruz joining the mound meeting with Torres and Shanahan. What type of opinion could De La Cruz add in this situation?
They may be talking about the situation with the runners, who's covering the bag on a potential double play ball, things like that. Or he could just be buying time. Looks like Jim Essian's going to come out now anyway. Not sure. They may be considering making a change here already.
They'll talk it over, and this is a perfect opportunity to take a look at the Utica Unicorns' defensive alignment. Quick mound meeting there from left to right. In the outfield, we have Luska, Hurt, Bardzell, and then left to right in the infield, Bethencourt, Blaze, De La Cruz, Curry, obviously Greg Shanahan on the bump, and Antonio Torres III playing catcher today, and Shanahan will stay in the game for now. Is that more of just a pep talk to...
It looks like it. Make sure he's okay.
Settle down. Shoemaker hits that one into shallow left field. The runner's going home. Will we have a throw? Not in time. Actually, there was no throw. There was not enough time to throw the ball to home. Shoemaker flies out to Luska. And Bethencourt decided to hold off on the throw to home, a sac fly. Here's Alec Oland now. Oland popped out into foul territory in his first at-bat. 4-0 Beavers now. Warren on first. And Geely on second. After the sac fly from Shoemaker brings a runner home. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Hit sharply down the left side, foul. 0-2 count now on Oland. Be nice if Shanahan could get out of this one, but some damage has already been done. Swing and a miss. Down goes Oland.
That's a big K right there. He needed that one.
Shanahan walks off and gets a fist pump from Torres. They'll talk it over as we go to the bottom of the second inning. I think it's time. The DTE Kid Race, the mascot? Maybe. Yes.
Lancelot taking another run at it here in game 2. He was not real impressive in game 1, I must say.
I don't know if the result will change much, but
we'll see how kind Emma is to Lance.
Lance will get the head start here. Let's see if Emma can turn on the Jets and catch him. She's off to a hot start. Okay.
Emma's not fooling around.
No, not one bit. Just tailing behind
goes over.
him.
So, yeah, took the wide turn on Lance.
Outside.
Oh, Lance says, hey, what's going on? Lance is picking it up a little bit now. Neither of them touched third base. I don't know if that matters or not.
I think we're going to count it anyways.
Oh, umpire Gary Wagenschutz is talking some trash to Lance, it looked like.
Lance getting no love.
No, not really. He's asking the crowd for some love right now. He's not really getting any for himself. I think it's Emma getting the love right now.
Well, Justin Revels heads back out there for another half inning of work. He was flawless in the first.
Yeah, pretty typical Justin Revels inning. He comes after it, pounds the zone.
And before we get the bottom half of the second inning started, we have to take a look at the merch. Once again, if you didn't see it during the first game, take a look at it now. Once you're all here in person, out in right field, we have the merch store. For now, you got to look at the shop online. We have some cool hats, jerseys. Love the jerseys. Maybe you look into a purple jersey with the unicorns. I know, Dan, you like the hoppers.
Yes.
With the green and the orange duo. Some great options there on uspbl.com. A must check out if you're an avid USPBL fan or you just want some cool clothing.
Well, minor league baseball gear is a major industry in and of itself. At minor league baseball actually sold the most gear in their history in 2019. So it's really become a big thing in baseball circles.
Barzell, Blaze, Snyder, your 4-5-6 do-up for the Unicorns here in the bottom of the second in a 4-0 hole. Not what they anticipated. But the Beavers have gone to work offensively thus far, and Revels supported them in the first and is looking to do the same here. Barzell awaits the 1-1. The pitch from Revels. 80 miles per hour. Doesn't find the zone. Count 2-1 now. Barzell out of Ramsey, New Jersey. Had 2 hits. And was that the performance on Thursday, I believe, coming into today.
Out of New Jersey, he could be a Yankees fan himself.
I was just thinking the same thing. As Barzell adjusts his gloves and gets ready for the 2-2. Fouls that one away.
Can't imagine the grief that De La Cruz put up with in the Bronx with his Red Sox fandom. Can't imagine that went over too well growing up. Wonder if he wore the gear around town and all that kind of stuff.
That is bold.
It would be bold.
That is bold, and you might not get some so nice reactions there in the Bronx.
I know going to Tigers games there, I tried to dress when I was, still working for the Tigers. I tried to dress very neutral when I went to games at Yankee Stadium. Maybe, a subtle orange shirt or something like that, but you don't want to get in their face about it, that's for sure.
'Cause then they'll get in yours.
Right, which I could do without.
Barzell drives that one into right field. Caught by Alec Olin for the first out of the bottom of the second. Here's Malik Blaze. Hasn't had the best start in the field and took the short hop to the face, maybe to the chin or to the neck area. Was that Ty Hensley that just walked behind home plate?
Oh, was it? Yeah, I see him walking away now. That is Ty Hensley.
I think so.
It's hard to miss that big frame of his.
What a night he had on Thursday.
He sure did.
0-1 now on Blaze. Hensley has to be getting looks at this point.
He definitely is. He is getting looks. It's just an unusual atmosphere right now in 2020 with minor league baseball. There's not nearly as many places to sign guys and place them. So if somebody signs you right now, you basically become a member of the taxi squad for the major league club. So they're really looking for guys that are very polished and ready to contribute, which, Ty Hensley could very well be that.
Well, you just gave me a perfect lead-in to a question that I've been meaning to ask you. We all know how the Tigers series got delayed with the Cardinals because some Cardinals players were out at the casino and whatnot, and maybe not being the smartest.
Oh.
As Blaze lines that one back to Revels. Revels collects it, and the throw to Williams, underhand toss retires Blaze.
Comer better go out there and give him a second. That was that ball had some steam on it. Hopefully he's okay. It looks like he is, but
gave the thumbs up.
Yeah, Comer's going to check with him, which is wise.
But I saw on your Twitter, you tweeted out, why is it okay for the Tigers schedule to be disrupted? Because, a bunch of Cardinals were probably not being very wise. And, why aren't these games forfeits? Or if it's determined safe, why isn't St. Louis required to replace the guys that, are not fit to play with the taxi squad? Because after all, what is the purpose of the taxi squad? So,
yeah, you're a tough interview, Jake. I didn't know I was being interviewed tonight.
I got to ask the questions. The fans need to know.
No, you know what? It's I ponder a lot of questions in baseball this year and any year, and I'm just trying to figure out a way that an organization with 30 teams where they travel to 20-something different cities, how they're going to find a way to get through this thing, and hopefully they stop having these delays, with the COVID situations. But I think there should be, in some cases, some incentive to stay in your own little bubble as much as possible. And, if a team stays healthy, that should be incentivized in some way. And if this keeps happening, I just don't know how the schedules are going to work out. I wouldn't want to see a situation where, whether it's Detroit or any team for that matter, if they should have to make up a bunch of games on the back end all at one time, that could be a disadvantage potentially heading into the playoffs. So I just don't know. I don't quite know how they're going to handle that. And, in this case, it was St. Louis. That's actually a team that I like a lot. I really admire that organization. They do a lot of things really well, and they're always contenders pretty much year in, year out. So I know they, by and large, do things the right way the vast majority of the time. But it's something to watch going forward. Hopefully it's just one or two blips like we've had with Florida and St. Louis. Hopefully it's not something we have to keep talking about, as the season progresses.
No doubt about that. Maybe we'll return to this conversation in the third inning. Revels gets Snyder swinging to end the second inning. We're going to head to a break here on the USPBL Network. Stay tuned.
Detroit Mercy really models a value-based education. They focus a lot on service, which provides so many different experiences and opportunities that allows us to tie in everything we learn, how to apply that outside of the class.
There are a number of different programs that we're a part of to help bring the community back and revitalize the city of Detroit. Doing service with the community really helps bring Detroit Mercy outside of the gates and to everyone.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Greg Shanahan out for another inning. Somewhat of a surprise after a rocky first and second innings. But nonetheless, he's out there for more. The Unicorns want him to go for a third, and I don't know how many more innings he'll go, but
yeah, we'll see.
He may, this one.
He may be on a short leash with Jamesian right now. I know that they've had guys going in the pen there. Looks like it might be Bobby Komitas right now. It's tough to tell from our angle, but he may be on a short leash. If there's a couple of base runners here, they may replace him. If that is Komitas down there, I will say he's been very adept at straining base runners this year when he's come in, so that could play to their advantage. But you don't want to let this one get out of hand. Another run or two, and that could be it. So we'll see how they handle this going forward.
6, 7, 8, Comer, Harris, Williams, the due-up for the Beavers. First pitch from Shanahan is outside for a ball here in the top of the third. Comer 0 for 1 coming into this at-bat. Reverses the fortune, gets past a diving effort from Blaze, and Comer is on safely at first after a hot shot up the middle.
Nice looking swing. He's got a power-packed left-handed swing. He's been a little bit inconsistent this year so far. He started out a little bit slow, but put together some really nice games about a week ago where it looked like he was really getting back on the ball, and that was another nice swing there. Romero Harris, another guy for the Beavers that they'd really like to get going. He's got some pop in his bat, but just hasn't gotten off to a great start, aside from a couple of home runs that he's hit.
He almost hit I think it would have been a walk-off.
Ooh.
Nice play by Bethencourt, the toss to second over to first.
That's a beautiful double play.
5-4-3 double play for the Unicorns. That's real helpful for Shanahan.
Yeah, he needed that. That's a pitcher's best friend, and Dom Bethencourt, really getting off to a nice start today here in the league. He nice diving stop, made a good feed to second base, and they turned it over.
As I was saying, though, Harris, earlier in the season, he hit a moonshot to left field, and it took the left fielder back to the warning track, and I think that would have been the difference in the game, but it was for the last out.
Yeah, that was a potential walk-off home run that he just got a touch under a little bit too much, and could have gone either way, that's for sure. I know off of his bat, we were holding our breath. We weren't sure which way that one was going to go.
It looked like it right off of the bat, but didn't have the distance. Here's Ron Williams Jr. after the double play. Count 2-0 on him. We have Marion Skipper Wright watching from Arlington, Texas, as Williams sends that one into center field. Hurt will collect that and throw it back into the infield. Williams Jr. is on.
The shortstop, Jonathan Brent.
We have some viewers from Atlanta, Georgia. Jacob Beck says Bethencourt will hit a home run this game. Wouldn't that be something?
He may.
In his debut, Ron Williams Jr. is going to second.
Shanahan's going to have to do something to keep these runners closer, too. They're just, with a lot of regularity, when there's a chance to steal a base, they're just going and they're getting huge jumps.
Swing and a miss from Brandt evens the count at 1 apiece. 88 miles per hour from Shanahan there. 2 outs now thanks to the double play started by Bethencourt. The throw over to De La Cruz. From Cruz to Curry. Here's the 1-1. Another swing and a miss from Brandt. I think it's cooling down a little bit outside. We can feel the breeze here in the press box, and it's inside some inside cheddar from Shanahan, but it's getting a little chilly in here. I don't know about you, Dan, but
that's why I stand up and sit down so much when I'm in the press box. I like to move around.
I'm gonna have to take a page out of your book. I've been sitting for a little too long. Fouled away by Brandt. This is probably the ideal half inning so far for Shanahan. It was in question whether he would come in for another inning as Brandt hits that to Blaze over to Williams Jr. for the third out of the inning. But Shanahan didn't give up any runs. He had some base runners.
Yep.
Double play helped out a lot. He's got to thank his defense behind him when he gets back to the dugout, for sure.
Yeah, well, you have to rely on your defense sometime, and frankly, that's what he needs to do more. He needs to pitch to contact a little bit more and rely on his defense.
I think it's time for JJ, the field general, sponsored by Michigan First Credit Union. There he is out in right field. I'm sure we'll get a look at that. There we have it. Delivering some water and got a treat from the infield umpire.
Got a good little gallop there for JJ. Gonna play a little frisbee now with
look at the hops.
Abby Robinson from our front office. Oh, He overran it, sort of like Malik Blaze earlier on that ball he tried to backhand. Both of them run pretty well, good athletes, and they both overran him.
I'd like to see some of our players race JJ, because JJ's got some serious speed.
That'd be interesting. You have to do something to make him try to win the race, though. He's such a friendly dog. He wants to run. He wants to run with you. He doesn't want to beat you. He doesn't want to be out in front of you. JJ's got some serious ups. One day, every now and again in the office, if we have a treat or something, we'll make him jump up to get it, and he can get up there. If we ever have a basketball league here along with a baseball league, we'll see if he can dunk. He can get up.
What was that? What were those like series of movies with the
Air Bud or something?
Yeah, Air Bud. I loved those. Those were great.
Right.
JJ's like straight out of that movie.
That was a good catch there he just made off camera.
Justin Revels.
I'm getting confused now.
Yeah, we've been talking about JJ for a couple minutes here. That got JJ and Justin mixed up. Dominic Bethencourt. We'll see if one of our viewers is correct. If Dominic Bethencourt can hit a dinger in this at bat. Bottom of the third. Unicorns still looking for their first hit of this game. The offense didn't necessarily come alive in the first game for the Unicorns. Well, more so than the Beavers, but they definitely could have scored more than 2. Check swing from Bethencourt. Count 2-0 now on Dominic. So far, a great addition to the league.
Yep. The early returns are good.
Hit to Revels. Revels is pretty good fielder for a pitcher. He's had a couple liners and 1 or 2 hoppers come back at him, and he's fielded them cleanly and recorded a couple outs that way. Here's Derek Hurt now.
Derek Hurt's another guy that if he can heat up for this Unicorn squad, would really do them a lot of good. With the way he runs the bases, brings a lot of energy to the lineup.
Sends that one to right field. Alec Oland is able to get underneath that one. As the ballpark is just about fully covered with the shadow.
Which is like no shadow at all, basically.
Yeah.
If it's
yeah. I should say the shade.
Right.
Here's Antonio Torres the third for the first at-bat of his day. No appearance in the first half of the doubleheader. Here he is now, rounding out the Unicorns lineup. One of our more recent comments on the Facebook comment section from Jerry Parent. He's sticking with iced coffee for his Duncan race prediction.
I like that pick.
I don't mind it. Did have some time to think about it, but he's staying with iced coffee. Has some confidence. Check swing from Torres. Two-one now on the catcher. Revels with 2 pretty quick outs. Not a ton of pitches thrown so far. Takes a deep breath, and here's the offer. Torres hits that one into left field, foul.
It's a good swing.
Straightens that one out a little bit. I think Torres is finding some green. We have a Go Beavers from Carol Riles. Shout out to TJ Riles. Great to have you with us. Torres hits that one up toward Geely. The throw over to first. And the inning for Revels. Third consecutive 1-2-3 inning for Revels, making some quick work out of this Unicorns lineup. That'll take us to the 4th inning. And at this time, we have the Dunkin' Donuts mascot race.
Well, here we go. Did you make your pick? I'm going with iced coffee as well.
With iced coffee, I'll go with the donut here.
Okay.
I haven't seen a ton of love for the donuts in the comment section.
I did drink a hot coffee today. Maybe I should have picked that, but I'm still sticking with iced coffee.
Whoa!
It's off to that's a good stride there for iced coffee.
What is going on? It's relentless.
Took a long route though.
Whoa! Let's go, donut. Take it home. Take it home.
Donuts celebrating early, but wow, look at that.
Yes, sir.
I mean,
wow.
Iced coffee took one for the team. I can't help but wonder if iced coffee made a deal with Donut backstage.
Some chaos.
Yeah, that
might be an understatement.
Did he leave his feet there? I think in hockey, if you leave your feet, that's a major penalty. In an extra shot there at the end from hot coffee, gave him sort of an extra stiff arm there at the end too.
A little rivalry brewing.
Yeah, that's interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that going forward.
Definitely something to keep tabs on. And we do have a pitching change here for the Unicorns. A Hoffman Dental Care pitching change, that is.
Looks like Jack Corbell.
I don't have too much of a scouting report on him.
Out of Miami of Ohio, local guy, Bloomfield Hills.
Do we know where he went to high school?
I believe it was Bloomfield Hills High School. The Blackhawks, I believe so.
Okay.
I'm sure if it's not, someone will correct us in the comments. They usually do, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, we appreciate the corrections.
Got a lot of good fans of each of these guys out there.
Better to get it right the second time than to not get it right at all, right?
Sure. Another guy with a short arm action, similar to Revels. Kind of leans back in his motion, as you'll see there. A little bit of a different type of a delivery, which can be deceptive at times. Struggled in his debut, which was game 1 of a doubleheader on July 18th. Struggled a little bit against the Diamond Hoppers. Also pitched in game 1 of a more recent doubleheader on August 1st. Had 2 innings there. Was a little bit better in that outing. So we'll see if he can build on that one.
He seems pretty loose out there. He's just chatting it up with Bethencourt. A couple smiles and laughs, it looked like.
Well, it's good. It's good to have fun out there. Stay loose.
All right, take a look at this. Just scrolling up the YouTube comment section, Alan Perot commented, "I'm a Red Sox fan and I married a Yankees fan."
Yep, Alan's a good loyal supporter here at the USPBL, and appreciate his feedback on this topic. That's certainly that's an interesting one for sure. Like a Democrat marrying a Republican and that kind of a deal. I'm sure they get in their share of arguments, Yankees Red Sox arguments.
First pitch to Riles in there for a strike. It's like Michigan State, Ohio State.
Yep. My wife and I both went to Central Michigan, so we don't have those types of arguments.
Made it easy.
Right. In fact, I think we have cheered for all the same teams, I think. I don't think we've had any points of contention as it comes to sports like that, I don't think. Occasionally we do argue about the teams that we like. We have differences of opinion about what they should do or what they are doing, that kind of a thing.
Here's the 1-1 from Corbell. 2-1 now. Here in the 4th inning of the second game of our doubleheader, sponsored by Macomb Community College here at Jimmy John's Field. So glad you could join us on this Saturday evening. Thanks for spending it with us. Here with Dan Griesbaum Jr., I'm Jake Gorwitz. 3-1 count now on Riles. Riles hit
It's
left
going to be a
side
tough
of the
play.
infield, backhanded by Blaze. The throw to first.
Good footwork. Made a nice play there.
Retires Riles.
Stepping up for the Beavers, the second baseman, Freddie Geely.
Another player of the game candidate here. Certainly Justin Revels making a run at player of the game as well as Freddie Geely here, who comes to the plate.
Here's the pitch from Corbell. Geely sends that one into center field. That one, did it drop? It did. Derek Hurt not able to make the diving play.
That was a risky dive there by Derek Hurt. He was able to keep it in front of him. Had he not been able to keep it in front of him, that could have been a long trip around the bases for Freddie Geely.
If that is pure trouble if that gets past Hurt.
And 3 for 3 now for Geely.
Here's Xavier Warren. 3 for 3 with 2 RBIs for Freddie Geely. Have a day. And the day's not even done yet.
No, it's not. Long way to go.
Warren fouls that one off. It doesn't look like, I think Geely was adjusting maybe a shoelace or something. Didn't quite look ready for the pitch.
That's a good cut. Just missed it.
Oh-2 now on Warren, 1 down after TJ Riles grounded out to Malik Blaze with the backhanded effort. Here's the delivery from Jack Corbell. Warren sends that one into left field, a pop fly. And it's caught by Luxa. 2 outs now from Corbell. Solid start to his evening. Derek Hurt makes that catch out in center. He has himself a 1-2-3 inning.
Yeah, he gave that ball a good effort, that's for sure.
2 down now for Austin Shoemaker. Freddie Geely waiting on first.
We'll see with 2 outs here if he decides to try to swipe second base. Been a lot of running here in the USPBL this year. A lot of guys who can steal a base. They've been aggressive. They've got the green light from the manager more often than not, I think.
He's not playing in tonight's game, but how about Dre Jones? I feel like he steals every time he gets on base.
He's a good overall athlete. Big, strong, can run. He's a nice prospect here in the USPBL. Saw Shoemaker try to bunt for a hit there. We talked about that a little bit earlier, how he's willing and able to do that on occasion.
0-1 now on Shoemaker. Do you think he'll try to bunt again?
No, I don't.
One now after the pitch outside of the zone.
Bunting for a hit's one of those things where you really have just one shot at it. Once the element of surprise is gone, you're probably not going to do it again. And if you miss on it, you want to bunt it foul, which he did. You don't want to bunt it back to the pitcher. That's just giving yourself an easy out.
Or pop it up to the catcher.
Sure, that'd be even worse.
Pitch from Corbell goes for a strike count. 1-2 now with 2 outs. Geely awaiting some action on first here in the top of the 4th at Jimmy John's Field. Popped into foul
Bethencourt's on it.
territory. Caught by Dominic Bethencourt, and that'll take us to the bottom half of the 4th inning. We're going to step aside here on the USPBL network. Don't go anywhere.
Crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of summer. Make every moment of summer count by picking up Budweiser today.
Back here for the bottom of the 4th inning in Utica, Michigan, Justin Revels still on the mound for the Beavers. And at this time, we'd like to give a special shout out to Dennis and Peggy Page, who are watching in Carmel, Indiana. How about that?
Good to have viewers from all around the country. My understanding is that they are the grandparents of Katie Page, who is our director of marketing here at the USPBL. Katie does a great job overseeing a lot of the important aspects of the league, our website being one of them, our certain aspects of our broadcast and those types of efforts. Does a lot of great work here for us at Jimmy John's Field, and I'm sure she'd love to have her grandparents come up for a game sometime soon, but that type of thing is a little bit harder than normal during a baseball season, but happy to bring it live to their living room, I'm sure, via this broadcast. Hopefully they're enjoying it so far.
Leading it off for the Utica Unicorns, Frankie Luxka, followed by Adam De La Cruz, Coley, Curry, 1, 2, 3, top of the order for the Unicorns. Looking to get their first hit of the game.
Yeah, we've gone first 3 innings. We've gone 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So take that for what it is, folks.
First pitch to Frankie. Goes for a ball from Revels. How many deep do we think Revels might go?
Well, at this point, I hope it's all the way. He's certainly been efficient enough. And we're not even halfway yet, but he's been as good as he could be so far.
The 1-1 from Revels makes the count 2-1 on Luxka. We see some youngsters taking in the game.
But it looks like it says Brock's Bar Mitzvah on their T-shirt there, celebrating a bar mitzvah for a young man here at the ballpark tonight. That's nice to see.
Congratulations to Brock.
Love to see somebody celebrate a life occasion like that here at the ballpark.
No doubt about that. He's got the 13 on the back.
Yep.
That's some sweet apparel.
Definitely.
Here's the 3-1. Luxka fouls that one back.
Looked like they were having a good time, too.
He's got a couple of his buddies staying safe with some masks.
Yep.
Just having a good time here at the ball game.
Yep. Absolutely.
Not much else you can ask for in the summer of 2020.
Yeah, especially this summer.
Full count.
Can't help but wonder how it worked with the ceremony portion of the evening. Not sure if you're able to go to synagogue or how that works nowadays.
I'm not exactly sure how that would be maneuvered, but I'm sure they found a way. It's a big milestone and something that is super important. Luxka sends that one into the middle infield.
That was deep.
Brandt.
That was going to be a tough play. That was going to be a tough play for Brandt either way. kind of mishandled it, but he was back on the grass behind second base, and it would have taken a heck of a throw to get him. It's probably a base hit if you ask me, but
the exchange wasn't quite clean.
I think he really tried to hurry because he knew he had to hurry.
Yeah. We'll see if that one goes down as a hit or an error in the box score. That'll go as an error.
Really, that's a tough call. Tough error for Brent.
As we look out there to center field on the scoreboard.
I guess our official scorer today was not a shortstop.
Most likely not. Here's Adam De La Cruz facing a 1-0 count now from Revels. Pops that one up behind us into foul territory. De La Cruz singled into left field in the first game.
The Red Sox fan, as we learned, Adam De La Cruz. Although if I bring that up again, our producer PJ Gradowski might cut off my mic. That's another tough play for Brant.
This time he gets it, but can't get to his feet in time.
Not much you could do with that. That's going to take a Major League Gold Glover to possibly make that play. That's a really tough play.
I mean, it's a tough play to field it cleanly for one thing and then to pop up.
And make a long throw. That's
right.
A really long throw.
Back-to-back tough plays toward Jonathan Brandt. Puts men on first and second. We have Adam De La Cruz on first and Frankie Luxka on second.
So prior to that, I would say that we still had a no-hitter going because that was ruled an error on the previous one. I don't see any way, shape, or form we can give that one an error. So that's going to be the first hit of the ball game for the Unicorns, and the end of the no-no for Rebels.
Comer will go out there with a pat on the back. Just a quick visit to the mound. Keep Revels calm. Here's Coley Curry. Always has the potential to send one deep. And it's a 4-0 ball game, but with a couple men on and still have a few frames left, Unicorns could make their way back into this one. 0 outs in the bottom of the fourth here. First pitch to Curry, swinging a miss.
Rebels' fastball's been a little bit up today. He tends to average around 87, 88 with his fastball, but he's touched 90 several times.
High fly ball into the infield. Ron Williams Jr. is able to corral that one for the first out of the half inning. Here's Ashton Bardzell now. De La Cruz on first and Luxka on second.
It's the Unicorns' best opportunity of the game by far. They've got Bardzell and Blaze, 4 or 5 hitters coming up here. They need to make something happen if they want to climb back into this ballgame.
I think we have an absolute stat guru in the comment section on our YouTube live stream. Uncle Bobby is the name, just with some facts about Jack Corbell. We'll have to take a look at those.
I assume he's Jack Corbell's Uncle Bobby?
I would
hope
assume
so.
I'm
starting to hope so at this point.
I mean, we are just getting update after update with some just cold hard facts. We'll have to touch on those when Corbell comes back out. Here's the 1-1 to Bardzell from Revels. 87 miles per hour. In for a strike. Revels making his way back into this at bat and half inning. Retires Curry on the pop fly, infield fly. Here's Bardzell now. Well, that doesn't help. Drop third strike, no?
He'll be out because the first base was occupied, but it allowed the other two runners to move up.
De La Cruz advances to second. Luxka on third. It was better than just a strikeout swinging.
Well, opportunity here for Malik Blaze to get a base hit and get his team back into this ball game.
Hit it back toward Revels, his last at bat, but
looks like we have a stat change also. It looks like the that error on the error on Brandt was overturned, which becomes easier to do after the perfect game got snapped, I suppose. But I didn't think he deserved an error the first time.
First pitch to Blaze is a ball outside in the dirt from Revels. Blaze with an RBI single in the first game. Has two men on now in the bottom of the fourth. This would be a great time to gain some distance on that 4-0 deficit. This would be the time. Men on second and third. The 1-1. Check swing from Blaze.
Comer did a nice job to smother that.
We have some pretty athletic catchers, I would say, here in the USPBL.
We do.
We've already seen a plethora of them today, and you can throw Brett Elmer into the conversation.
Certainly, yep.
Smaller frame, but can really move around.
Yeah, Warren obviously when he's back there.
Yeah. Maybe with some more looks at Luxco, we can add him to that list too?
Possibly.
Count now 2-2. After Revels puts that one in the zone. 2-2 and 2 outs. Revels has done a nice job getting his way back into this one. Looked a little questionable for a second. Here's the pitch. Hit to the right side. Williams fields it. He'll run over to first and take it himself for the third out of the inning. Unicorns strand 2 here in the bottom of the fourth. That'll send us to the fifth.
Rebels able to preserve the shutout there with some good defense.
We'll take a look at the USPBL standings when we come back here on the USPBL Network.
The Weingarts family is honored to be celebrating 75 years of helping families like yours with your lawn equipment needs. While the equipment has changed, our grandfather's founding values and commitment to quality still drive our business.
We carry top brands like Exmark, Toro, Honda, Cub Cadet, and more. See the full lineup at Weingarts.com.
Whether it's new equipment, parts, or service, we work to earn your trust in each of our 6 locations.
From our family to yours, thank you for letting us serve you.
Weingarts, everything from lawn to snow.
Let's take a look at the latest USPBL standings. We know the Unicorns have a lead.
Look at that, we got a tie column.
For the first time ever.
Yeah.
Unicorns.
That will always look strange, I'm sure.
It definitely will. It doesn't quite sit right, but you got to do what you got to do in these odd times.
Definitely.
Unicorns have a lead over the Hoppers. Hoppers had one of the more powerful and potent offenses so far. And the Mammoths off to a sluggish start, picked up a couple wins, thought maybe they would be turning it around. 3-11, not the record you'd exactly want at this point in the season, but I think we have a pitching change. Hoffman Dental Care pitching change, that is.
We do. I believe that's
Austin Dakar.
Austin Dakar, yeah.
Austin Dakar now into the game for the Unicorns, and it's a little unfortunate that we don't get to see Jack Corbell with the amount of.
Yeah, we're going to waste all of our Jack Corbell facts now. We'll have to ask Uncle
Bobby.
Uncle Bobby. We'll have to ask Uncle Bobby to come back next game.
Well, I might just have to take a picture of all of these
Get a
numbers.
screenshot.
I think I'm actually going to do that because, I mean, this is valuable information right here. We're gaining some insight on the comment section on YouTube thanks to Uncle Bobby.
Is it all just baseball related, or do we have his prom date or anything like that in there?
Well, maybe we can get that next outing. But no, this is some in-depth high school, college info and facts that we have here. Looked like Corbell put in some work in the MAC. Nonetheless, we have Austin Dakar here with Alec Olin leading things off for the Beavers.
Well, you know me. I'm a MAC guy. You don't have to convince me of the good baseball there.
No, not one bit. Olin, Comer, Harris, 5, 6, 7 is your due-up for the Beavers. Now with Austin Dakar. Off speed to start things off.
I think Austin Dakar is happy to get back out there. Last time out, he was a little bit of a rough outing.
Olin sends that one off the glove of
tough hop.
The third baseman, Dominic Bethencourt. Looked like it took a little skip and got over the glove. Couldn't quite take care of it. That's why they call it the hot corner.
Yes. It gets on you quick at third base. It's one of the more underrated spots on the field. It's tough to find good third baseman. That's a tough position, and oftentimes your best overall infielder is at shortstop. But third base is a very tough spot to handle.
Four-seam fastball, curveball, splitter are the three pitches for Austin Dakar. Mainly sticks with the four-seam and the curve. And you'll let us know if you see that splitter. You see it about 2% of the time.
Yeah, we haven't seen it much lately, as I recall. The fastball's been an issue both command-wise and velocity-wise lately. It just hasn't quite been there, but his curveball has been a nice pitch. He's got a good spin rate on his curveball. He's had better command with his curve than he has his fastball, and that's really been his plus pitch at this point. We'll see how his fastball continues to develop.
Here's the 1-1 from Dakar. 77 miles per hour with the off speed. Just misses. 2-1 count now on Cameron Comer with Alec Olin at first after Bethencourt bobbles it at third.
Olin may go here.
Olin going to second. The throw down, no throw.
Could tell he was thinking about it.
Torres cocked it back, but decided not to go for it.
Sometimes it's better to keep the gun in the holster. He had a pretty good jump there. He wasn't going to get him.
Comer singled in his last at bat. Now has Olin on second after the stolen base. 3-1 count from Dakar. The pitch. In there for a strike on Comer. He really likes the mid to high 70-mile-per-hour pitches.
Yeah, his curve is something he's going to lean on, but you know it's only going to be as effective as it is for so long if you don't complement it with the fastball.
Think he'll come back with it right now?
I think he'll throw a curve again. Yep.
Hit up the middle by Comer. Olin coming home.
But you can see what happens when you go to that well too many times in a row.
Yeah.
If the hitter's not thinking fastball, then it's only going to be so effective.
Well, and it didn't prove to be too effective on that one. Another single. This time it's an RBI single for Comer. Olin comes home, extends the lead 5-0. Here's Romero Harris. Singled to left. His last at-bat.
Came in hard with that fastball. 88, which is still down from, where he wants to be, but up from last game. He was a little bit lower than that last game, but he's a guy that wants that in the 90s consistently.
Susan Zimbelman comments, California cheering for, in quotes, the Hurt. End quote, go Unicorns.
I assume that's Derek Hurt.
We have some West Coast love for Derek Hurt.
Nice.
And he did put a hurt on the home plate ump. Oh, inside on Romero Harris. Had to look away from that one. 2-1 is the count now from Dakar, with Comer on first. Count moves to 3-1.
You can already see that he's making Harris more uncomfortable on the curveball because he's been mixing in the fastball better in this at-bat. It makes a big difference. Now he's got a 3-1 count, and he'll have to decide what he wants to bring him on this pitch. Harris will probably be looking for a fastball, so you may want to consider the curve again here.
Here's the 3-1 from Dakar.
Brought the fastball. Harris just missed it.
That fastball was a little bit slower than his normal four-seam. That one was in at about 86. We're used to seeing 88, 89, can even hit 92, 93.
That's ideally where they want him to be at, but we haven't seen that really this year a whole lot.
As Dakar walks Harris to bring up Ron Williams Jr., and we have a mound visit.
Is that Ty Hensley out to the mound?
I think it is.
Yeah, why not?
Well, he knows just as best as anybody.
Yeah, I've seen them working together on the side too. I think they have a relationship there where they kind of help each other out, and certainly some common elements between the two of those guys. Dakar was a draft pick in the 3rd round with the Yankees back in 2014 and underwent some similar injury type situations that Ty did. So I can see how they're a good partnership to work off of each other a little bit.
First pitch to Ron Williams goes for a ball. Comer on second, Harris on first. No outs. Top of the 5th. Definitely has the potential to add a couple more AAA insurance runs for the Beavers as if they don't have enough already.
Well, they can never have enough.
Here's the 2-0.
That's a nice pitch. It's got good depth on that curveball, and if he can continue to command that and get that type of movement, the job's halfway done there, but he just has some work to do with his fastball right now.
The pitch from Dakar. Checked his swing, did Williams Jr. Count even at 2-2 now.
It's always an internal battle here with pitcher and catcher. You just threw him 2 good curveballs in a row. You've got 2 strikes on him. Do you throw a third? Will he be looking for that too much? It is your best pitch, so if you're going to get beat, why not get beat on your best pitch? And he got away with one there. It wasn't his best curve, but he lined right into a double play, and pitcher's best friend.
Williams sends that one to Coley Curry at first for the line out, and then Romero Harris is doubled up. So that has to be a relief for Austin Dakar. You still have Comer on second, so Torres will head out to the mound for a quick meeting. But now instead of no outs, or even one, you have two.
Yeah, I mean, that was a well-hit ball, too. Could have just as easily been a base hit. So that was a good break that Takar needed right there.
Here's Jonathan Brandt, the shortstop. We saw him battle a couple tough plays deep in the infield last half inning.
Yeah, he's been made to work so far in this game.
Comer on second, 2 outs. Here's Brandt in the top of the 5th with the stirrups. He was hit by a pitch earlier in the game. Sends that one into left field, right at Frankie Luxka to end the top of the 5th. We're headed to the bottom of the 5th here on the USPBL network, where the Utica Unicorns find themselves in a 5-0 hole. We'll see if they can get back into it after the break.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
At Priority Health, we're embarking on a new normal, embracing the changes needed to keep Michigan safe. While that may look a little different for everyone, Priority Health is here to help. With access to the care you need, the doctors you want, and the quality coverage you can afford. So you can get back to this, and this, safely, steadily, and with the smartest health coverage possible.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
Justin Revels back for some more action here in the bottom of the 5th at Jimmy John's Field, the second game of our doubleheader, brought to you by Macomb Community College. It's a perfect night for baseball.
Beautiful.
No complaints. Wind hasn't had much of a factor. However, it's out there. I think we might feel that on the walk back to our cars, but
it's possible.
For right now, all is well here in Utica, Michigan. Well, maybe not everything is well for the Unicorns, but they did pick up the first game, and they're down 5-0 here.
Yeah, the vast majority of professional doubleheaders do end in a split, so it's not too big of a surprise, I guess. But it's not over yet either.
Nope. But with the way that Justin Revels has been going to work on the mound,
yeah, looks well in hand, we could say.
It's not looking in the Unicorns' favor. 6-7-8 is the due-up for Utica. Snyder, Bethencourt hurt. Looking to put the Unicorns up on the board. And Revels is looking to keep the scoreboard and the box score looking the same. That one's back at Revels, but this time he wasn't able to handle it. Nick Snyder with a bouncer up the middle of the infield, and he's on to start the bottom of the 5th. Here's Dominic Bethencourt, number 19. His first USPBL action today, and so far it's been a treat to have him with us. Now he has Snyder on first. No outs. Ooh, inside. Gets away from Comer. Snyder will trot to second. Justin Revels getting ready for the 1-0. 88 miles per hour high. Count 2-0 now on Bethencourt. Snyder on second. First pitch of Bethencourt's at bat from Revels. Count now 2-1. So Dan, we've seen the bubble atmosphere with the NBA and the NHL, and I've been thinking, and I find it hard to imagine that nobody else has thought about this, but why isn't the MLB in 3 bubbles? If you have Central playing Central, East East, West West with the respective divisions, why don't we have 3 bubbles and bring everybody together for the playoffs for a separate bubble?
Well, I have the answer to that. The players didn't want to. That's the answer.
Well, it is a longer season. This isn't the playoffs, so right. I mean, I understand it. It's a long time to be away from loved ones.
I don't know. It's a stronger. Oh, nice, good effort there. That was a tough play. It's a really big difference between. First of all, basketball and hockey, it's not even all the teams that are left. They cut out the bottom quarter of the teams or fifth of the teams.
Right.
And then you're in the playoffs, so you're going to be losing teams, every couple of weeks. You're going to have teams dropping off. So it was much more doable to do a bubble atmosphere there, I think. Baseball-wise, they could have done it. It's just that's all part of the negotiation, with the players' union. And frankly, I don't think the players wanted that. I think at least a portion of the players, a good portion, I think would have just sat out the year as opposed to being sequestered for that long. And certainly the ones that are financially secure, I think would have been fine with that. So they're trying it this way. It's going to be a real battle, I think. Hopefully things get better. Hopefully it's not a battle, but I think it's going to be tough for them to get through. Of course, we have our own built-in bubble here at Jimmy John's Field, where the whole league is playing at one venue, and that certainly helps in a situation like this a great deal. It's a nice swing by Derek Hurt.
Sends that one into center field. Snyder will stay put at third. Whoa.
Yeah, you're going to play conservative there. When you're down 5 runs, you're not going to make it out pushing it there.
Well, bases juiced for the Unicorns just when we thought they might be out of it. Hurt sends that one into center field.
Yeah, this one's getting interesting now all of a sudden.
We could have a ball game on our hands. Here's
bases loaded, nobody out.
Antonio Torres, the 9-hole hitter. Comer will head out to the mound for another visit.
Von Joshua is going to take his time going out there. I'm not sure if he's planning on taking him out right now or not, but looks like he's waiting for his bullpen to get going, maybe if they're not ready.
Snyder on third, Bethencourt on second, Hurt on first, and Torres at the plate. Von Joshua and Revels talk it over.
Oh, he's going to call for him. It looks like. No, maybe not. Von Joshua made a motion toward his bullpen. I'm not sure what the signal was.
I think
though.
It was a stay put.
Might have, yeah, maybe it was could have just been a keep throwing kind of a motion. So we'll see what Antonio Torres does here. He's got a good opportunity to get his team back in the ball game.
Bases loaded for Torres. First pitch goes for a strike. High 70s from Revels with the off speed. And up to this point, Revels has been smooth sailing, and now he's in a little bit of trouble here as Torres fouls that one back into the netting. Count 0-2 on the catcher. Brant and Geely kind of playing back.
Yeah, you want to keep the ball in front of you here as much as possible. It's okay if you allow a run or two here. You just don't want things to get out of control. Outfielders, too, are going to play a little bit deeper maybe than they otherwise might. Singles, okay. Extra base hit, not as much.
Here's the pitch.
Oh,
wow. Torres hits that one deep into right field.
He got all of that ball.
And that's a grand slam.
Torres knew it. When he, a couple of steps out of the box, he flipped his bat toward the Jimmy John's logo on the first base side. He knew that one was gone, and he got every bit of that pitch. And all of a sudden, we've got ourselves a ball game now, 5-4.
Wow.
Antonio Torres has the type of swing where if he's on, he can really produce good bat speed. He comes forward toward the pitcher pretty hard. If he guesses wrong and he doesn't get the pitch he was expecting, he can find his way out front a little bit. But he was right on that ball and really got into it. And that one there wasn't much doubt about.
Goodbye, baseball. Holy smokes, Antonio Torres gave that ball a ride into right field. 5-4 now.
Yeah.
That was a quick turnaround if I've ever seen one. Talk about some production from your 9-hole hitter.
Yeah, that's not too bad from the bottom of your order.
5-4, back at the top of the lineup. Here's Frankie Luxka. No outs here in the top of the, in the bottom of the 5th. I'm fumbling my words. That was absolutely groundbreaking.
Well, this is a big at-bat here for Luxka because in a situation like that that has a tendency to slow the momentum if you don't get another base runner right away. So this is a big at-bat. If he can get on base here, Revels will really be on the ropes. If not, he may be able to settle down and get himself out of the inning.
Check swing from Luxka, who's, according to the first base umpire, he went 1-2 now on Luxka. He reached first after an error last inning. I don't know if he thought he'd be back up at this point. Just an inning later, but here he is. Swing and a miss. Down goes Luxka.
He tried to tie it on that swing.
Revels finds his stuff once again. One out, though, in a 5-4 game. Here's Adam De La Cruz.
And that's a key strikeout there for Revels. He's got a chance now to settle down, and Von Joshua taking a couple steps out of his dugout. I'm not sure if he's checking on his reliever down there, seeing if he's ready. This may just be a wasting time type visit right here. Might be considering making a change, but looks like he's going to get at least one more batter.
That batter is Adam De La Cruz. Infield hit in the 4th inning.
Oh, nope. Von Joshua is going to make the change. That was a time-wasting visit.
Let's see who they go to in this situation. It's a whole different scenario now. Von Joshua will take the ball from Revels, and that will be the end of his day. As he gets a round of applause as he walks off. I mean, most of the day for Justin Revels was flawless.
Yeah, he had 3 straight 1-2-3 innings, and in the 4th it was a couple of infield hits, and I wouldn't say that he was hit hard by any means in the 4th inning, but it just started to come undone here a bit in the 5th, and had him loaded, and the big blow there from Antonio Torres.
We'll have a Hoffman Dental Care pitching change. Coming into the game for the Beavers.
Looks like Jared Price to me.
Jared Price.
Yep.
Second consecutive night?
Yeah. He came in extra innings last night. Probably their best reliever at this point. Either him or Jack Ferguson, I would say, from the left side. But been kind of a closer type role. coming into the 5th inning here is possibility for him to close it out with a save. Maybe a little earlier than they really wanted to bring him in, but probably figured this is a key time to stop this momentum. Price has a good 4-seam fastball, can get it into the low 90s. Good slider. Curveball as well, so a couple of different breaking type pitches. Slider's a little harder, around 80, 82. Curveball's more 76, 77 type, so it's a lot to contend with for a hitter. Good arsenal.
The first batter Price will face is Adam De La Cruz. No inherited runners for Price. 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th, but instead of maybe entering a game in the 6th or the 7th with a 5-run lead, now the Unicorns chipped away with just a swing of the bat from Antonio Torres.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be going to Price in this situation if it was still 5-0. You know, maybe he would pitch the 7th if it was 5-0 possibly, but I don't think he would come in this early.
Taking a look at the Facebook comments section, we have the winners of the Duncan Mascot Race Contest. 1, 2, 3, Phil Harridges, Devin Mulville, and Tisha Mitchell. I hope I got the pronunciations correct. You 3 all win a $5 Duncan gift card, so congratulations to you.
Nice rip.
De La Cruz rips that one down the 3rd baseline. He's going 2. That's thrown in by TJ Riles. Here's Coley Curry now with 1 out and De La Cruz on 2nd. The Unicorns continue to make noise.
Yeah, the base hit away from tying this game now all of a sudden.
And those 3 names that I just mentioned were the winners on the Facebook contest. We have a couple on the on the YouTube comment section. Check it out to see if your name is there. See if you won a $5 Duncan gift card.
I could use one of those.
Here's the 0-1 to Coley Curry, swing and a miss. You could use one for the next doubleheader.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
0-2 now on Curry, 1 out. De La Cruz on 2nd. Jared Price into the game now, swing and a miss. Down goes Curry.
That's a big K right there. Beavers needed that one.
Stops the momentum a little bit. Jared Price is settling into the game. Still has De La Cruz on 2nd, wants to keep it in the infield. Here's Ashton Bardzell, certainly has the potential to find the outfield.
Certainly, good hitter.
Considering the way he's been heating up as of late, definitely a threat here in the bottom of the 5th to tie this game up. Wow, did not think we would be saying that.
No, really didn't.
Fouled away by Bardzell. I think it went off of Comer's mask. Maybe it was the home plate umpire. Got a little dinged up. Here's the 0-1 delivery from Price. Fouled off down the right side, almost near JJ's little home over there. I don't know if he's in it right now. I don't think so. Oh, 0-2 count, 2 outs. De La Cruz on 2nd. Ashton Bardzell at the plate.
Good block by Comer.
Here's the offer from Price. Down low, evens the count, 2 apiece. De La Cruz still at second. He's gotten dirty today.
Yes. That's always a good day, you know, at the end of the day when you're that dirty.
Means you're working hard.
Yeah, you're on base probably.
Flying around the base path. Full count now on Bardzell. This would be a big out for the Beavers to get out of this disastrous inning. Here's the pitch. Called third strike on Bardzell. We're going to the 6th inning, a 5-4 ball game. Wow. Antonio Torres the third with a grand slam to bring the Unicorns within 1 in a game that many thought was out of reach. We're going to stay here on the USPBL network in between the 5th and 6th innings. I think we have a little senior spotlight sponsored by Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union. Congrats, Ashley Vinci from Cousino High School, graduated cum laude, majoring in forensics biology and criminal law, 4-year varsity cheer. Congratulations.
I will say Cousino High School has been very supportive this year. We've had a lot of senior spotlights out of Cousino.
Really? One of my fellow interns went to Cousino.
The Patriots.
Kevin Tagle, I believe, went there.
Looks like we got Bobby Comitas on here to pitch, I think.
Sure looks like it.
Yep. He's done a nice job in relief this year. Do we have any YouTube winners of our contest yet?
YouTube winners, let's see. Susan Sparling.
Excellent.
Is one. Then we have Andrew Dilodovico.
Ah, okay. He's a young ball player. I'm familiar with him.
Okay.
Dilo, I call him. I don't even try to pronounce his last name.
We'll go Andrew Dilo.
Dilodovico, I believe.
Dilodovico,
I believe that's the way you do it, but I just stick with Dilo when I can.
Dilodovico. Got it.
I'm 75% Italian, and I still have trouble with that one.
Andrew Dilo and Susan Sparling.
Nice job, Dilo.
Congratulations.
Maybe Dilo can buy me a Dunkin' Donuts coffee the next time I see him.
Might have to tag along if you don't mind. I could use one too.
Although he's 13, so I don't think he'll be driving to Dunkin' Donuts himself, but I'm sure his loving mother would be happy to take him up there. Not sure if she wants him to have a caffeine or a sugar in the middle of the day or not, but maybe she'll keep it for herself.
Get the blood flowing a little bit midday.
Yeah.
Wake you up.
Well, we talked about looking for good catchers. He's a young catcher, so
on the come up.
Maybe 8-9 years from now, maybe he'll find his way to the USPBL. Although his team did recently play here. He plays for Detroit Caesars 13U team, and they were here at a tournament this weekend, actually.
You know what? He commented that earlier in the evening.
Is that right?
He said, "Hey, I just played here."
Yeah. Well, there you go.
There you go, D'Lo.
Yeah, Detroit Caesars just played. He's on a good run of luck here from Jimmy John's Field, isn't he?
Riles Geely Warren, the due-up for the Beavers here in the top of the 6th.
Geely having a day.
Yes, sir, indeed.
Definite player of the game candidate at this point. I would say Justin Revels was probably the player of the game at one point, but his day got derailed a little bit there in the 5th inning with the good 5th inning from the Unicorns.
First pitch to Revels goes for a called strike. Freddie Geely having himself an evening. Antonio Torres really made his presence felt in the last half inning, giving us an intriguing ball game on our hands now. 5-4 in the top of the 6th if you're just joining us.
Very intriguing.
Beavers held a 5-0 lead, and with one swing of the bat, Torres makes this a 1-run game. In the last couple innings of the second half of our doubleheader here. A lot of mound visits.
Yeah, Comitas called for his catcher to come out this time. Not sure if they're maybe not on the same page with what they want to do here. Antonio Torres saying, listen, I just got us back into this game with a grand slam. You just
keep it this way, would you?
Yeah. Keep us in this ball game. And
well, Bobby Comitas usually has some shutdown stuff. Swing and a miss from Riles. Count 1-2. We're seeing in the comments section a lot of happy fans about the grand slam from Antonio Torres. A lot of California fans here tuning in. We appreciate it.
Excellent. Actually, that's Luska back behind the plate there, isn't it?
Is he back there? Yeah, I think so. Who did
Torres go to the outfield in his spot? I'm not.
Oh,
maybe. Not sure. We didn't get that change. We'll try to get that change for you. Pretty sure that's number 15 Luska behind the plate. Torres was wearing number 2. It's definitely not number 2.
No, it's definitely not. Well, that's an interesting change. Hopefully we'll get word of what happened.
PJ, if you're there, can you try to find out who's playing shortstop?
Swing and a miss. Down goes Riles for the first out of the top of the 6th. Here's Freddie Geely, one of our player of the game candidates. Certainly a strong outing for him. 3 for 3, 3 singles, 2 RBIs.
PJ, make that second base. De La Cruz moved to short, but there's somebody in the game now that's not even on the roster. Yeah, I can't forget.
First pitch to Geely goes for a strike. 0-1 count now. Jalen Smith.
Could be.
Here's the pitch from Comitas. The off speed got Geely swinging. Count now 0-2. I think that is Jalen Smith at second now. De La Cruz moves to short. Malik Blaze taken out of the game.
Wonder if that had anything to do with the possible injury we saw earlier. Maybe not.
Well, he stayed in for a while after, so not exactly sure of what happened, but nonetheless, Frankie Luxka behind the dish now, and we'll have to find out where Antonio Torres went.
If that is, assuming that is Jalen Smith at second, I didn't originally see him part of the Unicorns roster today, but
well, he DH'd.
Oh, that's right.
Earlier in the game.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
In the first game, and he wore 17. So.
Right. Yep. I didn't see him on the card for the second game, but of course he could have still been hanging around. Obviously he was.
Geely goes down swinging. 2 outs now. Here's Xavier Warren. Bobby Comitas entering the game and retiring the first 2 batters he faces. Here's Xavier Warren now. 5-4 ball game. Top of the 6th. We have a good one on our hands, folks. I was thinking pregame, before the doubleheader even started as a whole, if these games are as action-packed as Thursday and Friday nights games, then we were in store for some good baseball. Oh, Jalen Smith with a diving stop to throw to first, and he gets Xavier Warren.
And now we know it's Jalen Smith.
Nice play by Smith. 1-2-3. Bobby Comitas comes in and shuts things down. 5-4 ball game going to the bottom of the 6th.
Comitas has a tendency to settle things down when he's in there. He's got a chance to hold out here for his team to get back into the ball game.
We're going to head to a break before the bottom of the 6th. Keep it locked on the USPBL network.
Catch the Chevy Malibu at your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Lease a 2020 Malibu 1LT for just $288 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
Bottom of the 6th, here we go for some more action. In this 5-4 ball game, the Beavers make another pitching change. This time it's Amani Godfrey entering the game. That's a Hoffman Dental Care pitching change. Amani Godfrey, 2 innings of work so far this year. Dan, you have any tidbits on him?
Yeah, you know what, he struggled in his debut. You know, similar. We feel like I'm repeating myself, but kind of struggled in his debut. He had a tough one with the hoppers, but the last time we saw him out was really a lot better. Threw more strikes, commanded both sides of the plate pretty well. So he's got a big spot here. You know, they brought Price in, I think, earlier than they wanted to bring him in, but that was a big inning. He had to stop the bleeding last inning, and now Godfrey might be depended on to take this one home.
First pitch to Jalen Smith, who just entered the game defensively, is now up to bat. Count 0-1 after the foul ball on Smith. Here's the pitch from Godfrey. Swing and a miss from Smith. We have the whole Bethencourt family watching. Great to have you with us, and a nice debut from Dom.
Definitely.
Fouled into the seating here at Jimmy John's Field.
Ooh, climbed the ladder on him there. Fastball at 90 up in the zone and couldn't catch up with it.
Down goes Jalen Smith, and that will bring up Nick Snyder.
Next up for the Unicorn.
So that means that Smith replaced Blaze, but the one thing still in question is, where is Antonio Torres?
That's true. Unless he went to the outfield. I guess we'll figure it out by the time he comes to the plate, but him and Luxo could have switch positions in theory.
There's no way that he's not still in the game. You can't just hit a grand slam and get your team back into it, and that be the end of your night, right?
I'm sure somebody out of California will let us know. I don't know if he has any. I don't know if he has any experience in the outfield or not, but it's very possible that he just traded spots with Frankie Luska and went to left field.
Swing and a miss from Snyder. Count 1-2. Snyder takes a lap, adjusts his gloves, and steps back in.
I think the only other player on the Unicorns roster that's active today, I think, is Jordan Finney, who is also a catcher.
Mm-hmm.
That one got on the hands. Oh, Barzell waited for it. I thought he was going to come after it, try to catch it in the air.
One hopper. Brandt throws to Williams Jr. to retire Nick Snyder on that one. 2 quick outs. Here's Dominic Bethencourt. Bottom of the 6th. Clock is ticking for the Unicorns. Within 1 now. Bethencourt singled earlier in this game. Singled to left down the line. Hit sharply and double into right center in the first game of the doubleheader. So a productive day from Bethencourt. And he sure would like to keep it going here in the bottom of the 6th. Hit up the middle off the glove of Godfrey. The throw over to first.
Oh.
And he's out.
Oh, that's a tough punch out at first.
Oh, Bethencourt can't believe it.
That's a
Hands on his knees.
That's a tough punch out. Maybe we can check the YouTube cam there, which is a little bit delayed in our booth, but
finds it almost laughable.
Yeah, I think Dom might have been robbed of a hit there.
Here's the replay on our YouTube.
He looked clearly safe there. That was that was a miss.
That stings.
Umpires are human beings. They're going to miss sometimes, but that was a definite miss.
Oh, wow. That one. That one hurts.
Holy hot rods, it's race time.
Well, who do you got in the
Chevy
race?
Detroit wheels. Start.
I'm going with Bel Air.
Engines.
We have PD pickup in this one?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, actually.
I'm trading some paint there. Oh, here. Camaro in the lead, I think.
I mean, I said PD pickup.
You better stick with your
I have to. I have no choice. Come on, PD. Let's pick it up here.
Yeah, PD's lagging.
Oh, man.
Camaro's coming on a little bit. Camaro? All right.
Close call, but Camaro comes away with that one. Bobby Caminas? No, I think Nolan Clenny.
Nolan Clenny, the usual closer of the Unicorns. On here to keep this one close.
Another Hoffman Dental Care pitching change. This time Nolan Clenny into the game for the Unicorns, really exhausting the bullpen. In this one, Nolan Clenny played North Carolina State and has been solid this year.
He's been very good. I mean, he's hoping he's in position to get himself a win tonight if he can keep this one close and have his team get a couple of runs in the bottom half.
11 appearances in relief so far for Clenny, 13 innings of work, 20 strikeouts, and a .69 ERA.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. It's pretty stellar if you ask me. Superb. Here's Austin Shoemaker. In the top of the 7th, one-run ball game. Nolan Clenny now on the bump for the Utica Unicorns, who will have one last chance in the bottom half of this inning. The 1-0 goes for a ball. Count now 2-0 on Shoemaker. Shoemaker looks at a strike on that pitch. We have some more Bethencourt fans, this time in North Idaho.
I'm guessing they're not happy with that last call.
No.
I don't blame them.
Fouled off by Shoemaker.
PJ, when the time comes, are we closing this game out from up here? How's that going?
We have a comment. Great hustle, Dom. And another comment, Dom was safe. Very well could have been. Swing and a miss. Down goes Shoemaker from the pitch by Nolan Clenny. Adds to his strikeout numbers. That's 21 on the year now.
Yeah, he gets a lot of those.
Here's Alec Oland. Singled and stole a base last time he was up in the 5th. Well, In terms of player of the game candidates, if this ends up going the Beavers' way, have to think about Freddie Geely, and then
sure.
There's only one name I'm thinking about for the Unicorns at this point. If the Unicorns can climb back into this one.
Yeah, if they do win the ball game, there's probably going to be some other hero there too, potentially. So wide open. But certainly the big blow from Antonio Torres. It's going to be hard to beat.
Count 1-1, 1 out now after Shoemaker goes down with a Nolan Clenny strikeout. Here's the pitch.
Oh,
checked it.
Caught the black.
1-2 count now from Nolan Clenny. Here's the 1-2. Hit to the left side of the infield. Bethencourt charging. The throw to first.
Good throw.
Caught by Curry. The infield will toss it around. A nice play.
He had to hurry because Olin gets down the line pretty good and made a nice throw.
Off balance throw on the run. Here's Cameron Comer now. RBI single his last at bat and singled again in the third. First pitch to Comer outside for a ball. Pitch from Clenny. 2-0 count now on Comer. The bright lights here at Jimmy John's Field are really coming in now. As we get close to the end of the game, Comer sends that one into right field. That'll drop.
It's fair, just barely.
For a single. With 2 outs now, Comer's on first. That'll bring up Romero Harris. Just fair down the right field line. Here's the first pitch to Harris. Hits that one to left side. Bethencourt fields it. Throw to second.
Oh.
Almost took Jalen Smith off the bag.
Did a nice job to hang on to that.
That's the third out of the top of the 7th. We're going to the bottom half where the Unicorns will have a chance to win it. Now it's time for Take Me Out to the Ball Game. We're going to go to Leo Ortel for the singing. Sponsored by Genesis Credit Union.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Thank you, fans, for participating in the 7th inning stretch.
Big shout out to our PA announcer Leo Ortel for the singing of Take Me Out to the Ball Game. That one's sponsored by Genesis Credit Union. And now we find ourselves in the bottom of the 7th, 5-4 ball game.
Doesn't look like we have a pitcher yet.
Beavers Unicorns, what is the deal here?
Who's closing this one out? Is it going to be Amani Godfrey or we got somebody else?
I think
is that Jack Ferguson?
No, I think that's Amani.
No, is it Amani? Yeah, it's still Amani.
He's coming back out.
All right. Wasn't sure. It looked to me like maybe they were making a change or something, but
well, they were a little slow getting out there.
Yeah.
You know, you'd probably.
Well, Comer was on base, so it took him a while to get ready, but
right.
All right, so this one's going to be up to Godfrey to close out.
Big spot for a guy with limited action.
Kids, if you would like to run the bases, please head down to the first floor Capco's dining table entrance, and one of our staff members will assist you.
Derek Hurt will lead things off. 8-9 top.
It's not a bad place to start if you're the Unicorns. If Hurt can get on base, he runs the bases really well. Can potentially steal a base.
And it is Derek Hurt that will lead the charge for the Utica Unicorns here in the bottom of the 5th. We wouldn't be here in as tight of a ball game if it wasn't for Antonio Torres' grand slam in the 5th. Brought his team all the way back, almost all the way back, I should say. Still down 1, popped it up into foul territory behind the backstop. Comer raced after it, but did not have enough room. Count 0-1 now on Hurt. And I do think we have Torres on deck. Hurt, Torres, Luxka. Pardon me. Not a bad place to be in your lineup. Hurt hits it to the left
side.
side.
A hit. That's going to be a tough play.
Sliding play by Brandt. The throw over to first. Not in time. Hurt is aboard first. Here is Antonio Torres. Hurt, just like you mentioned, adds some speed to the base paths.
This will be interesting.
Torres, there's one guy that you want up right now. It's the hot hand, and he has it. Changed the entire complexion of this game.
We'll see how they attack him here from a pitch selection standpoint. Comer may want to go more toward the off-speed stuff here. They did not.
Torres attacks the first pitch, yeah.
Yep.
Any chance Hurt goes to swipe second?
I don't think he does in this at-bat. I think he maybe will with an out or two. Or maybe on a... Oh, that's not what the Beavers needed. This is a couple of bases for sure with Hurt running.
Hurt goes to third on that.
Looks like it went under the fence.
Ooh.
I think that's if it goes under the fence, that actually helps them. He's going to have to go back to second base, I think.
Some 7th inning drama.
Yeah, that actually worked out better for the Beavers that it went under the fence, because on a throw from the pitcher, you only get one base if the ball's out of play. So Hurt has to go back to second here. He's holding his hamstring there. I hope he didn't pull something. We'd have to take a closer look at that pick play, but if he was still on the rubber when he picked over, then you're limited to just the one base, and that must be umpire Gary Wagenschutz must have believed he was on the rubber.
0-1 to Torres is high, out of the zone to even the count. 1-1 on Torres. Torres really attacked the first pitch.
Yeah, he'd love to
send another one.
Yeah, end this game here.
Yeah.
Oh, he went for it. He's not getting cheated.
He wants all of that one. 1-2 count now on Torres. Hurt now on second after the miscue with the throw over to first.
You'd have to make a quick change on possible player of the game if he can end this one with a home run. Then it'll be pretty obvious who the player of the game was. Oh. That was inches from a tie ball game right there.
He almost said, "Let me put the team on my shoulders." His back might be hurting from carrying. But his teammates did have to get ducks in the pond in order for that grand slam to happen. Outside, count moves to 2-2 on Torres. The grand slam earlier is the reason that we find ourselves here with a 5-4 ball game. Bottom of the 7th here at Jimmy John's Field.
Oh, got him away.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Torres.
Godfrey kept staying away from him with the fastball. He could tell that Torres was trying to pull one out of here, and he consistently stayed away from him and made good pitches. That's a tip of the cap to Amani Godfrey there.
He knew how to attack Torres and followed the script and got Torres to go down swinging. Here's Frankie Luxka, top of the order for the Unicorns. Derek Hurt on second, and Adam De La Cruz on deck. First pitch to Luxka is outside for a ball. One down, Hurt on second. Here in the bottom of the seventh, Amani Godfrey came into a relief appearance in the sixth, and he's back out here for the seventh, looking to shut the door for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. That pitch is in there for a strike. Count 1-1 now on Frankie. Here's the pitch. Outside once again, count 2-1. We have some fireworks to end our doubleheader.
Not literally, of course.
No, not literally. However, that would be pretty cool on a Saturday night. But
yeah, it is consistent on a Friday night in typical seasons of the USPBL.
Figuratively, though. We have some exciting baseball on our hands. 3-1 count now on Luxka.
See if he comes right after him here with the fastball. He does have an open base, but you don't want to put the winning run on traditionally.
Here's the 3-1. Swing and a miss from Luxka. Count full. This would be a big out from Amani Godfrey.
That was a nice pitcher's pitch there. Stayed low and away. Luxka was aggressive and just got out in front of that ball and pulled off of it.
Hurt waiting patiently on second. Fouled away down the left side. We have a couple fans racing after that one.
We do.
I don't know where that one landed, but they're going after it. Here's the 3-2. Walked him.
Well, winning run is on.
For Adam De La Cruz. Infield hit earlier. Doubled earlier in the game. 2 for 3 in this one. Only one out here in the bottom of the seventh. Luxka on first, Hurt on second, Adam De La Cruz at the plate. Amani Godfrey on the mound for the righty-righty matchup.
Tied him up in a little bit.
De La Cruz pops that one up to foul territory, almost to us.
First row to last row. That one bounced quite a bit. And one of our cameramen will take that one home.
Got a round of applause.
Yes, he did.
We have a couple energetic fans.
We do.
Here in the crowd today.
When there's only 100 people in the building, you got to be energetic if you're here. That's the rule.
One count on De La Cruz. 2 men on. Swing and a miss.
That was a nice pitch. Well located and had good movement.
Winning run is on first.
This would be a huge strikeout if he's able to punch him here. He might back-to-back him with that slider. Just throw it again.
Let's see if he does just that.
Nope, fastball.
Hit into the outfield, shallow left center. Taken care of by Harris for the second out. Warren was covering third to eliminate the possibility of Hurt tagging up. Now the Unicorns are down to their last out. Coley Curry, no stranger to finding a gap in the outfield, but this is a pressure-packed moment for both sides.
Looks like Von Joshua wants to talk about it, or he's going to bring in the lefty. I'm not sure. He may want to go lefty on lefty here.
That would be.
I know he's got Ferguson,
right?
Jack Ferguson, but looks like he's going to stick with Godfrey.
Would be a rather strategic move, but
we haven't seen a lot of that matchup type stuff yet out of the managers. I'm sure we will as the pennant race. Why am I having trouble saying that? Pennant race heats up in September.
Curry awaits the first pitch from Godfrey. Here it is. First pitch goes for a strike. Curry looked at that one. Outside count even at 1 apiece on Curry. Hurt at second. Luxa on first. Here in the bottom of the 7th, Beavers lead 5-4. Check swing from Curry. Did he go?
Did not.
Did not. Big ruling right there.
Our Jaffe rate ruling of the game, perhaps?
I think maybe that Bethencourt ruling at first could be the ruling of the game, but maybe
true.
not for the right reason.
I don't think Jaffe Rate wants to take credit for that one.
Probably not.
I was trying to be kind to our sponsor.
2-2 count now on Curry. Godfrey with an aggressive approach here. Going right after Curry. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss!
Climb the ladder at 90.
Beavers win 5-4 despite the Torres grand slam. Just like you said, Dan.
They hung on.
A split in the doubleheader.
Yeah, you can almost take it to the bank in pro baseball, but this one got interesting. The Beavers got out to a big lead. Obviously they had a great start from Justin Revels, but he ran into a little bit of trouble. I like this foot shake deal they got going here.
What do we have going on here?
That's a 2020 special right there. They hung on. They managed to hang on. Antonio Torres with the big grand slam, of course. That was the big blow that almost got it done for the Unicorns, but Beavers able to hang on to this one and got a key split, with the team that's in first place. They're able to at least keep pace at this point.
I think the headliner for the Unicorns was just not enough offensive production early on. Obviously, you fell behind with a shaky start from Greg Shanahan, but you need more production than just one swing of the bat.
Yeah, I mean that's been kind of a subplot to the season so far for them as well. For the most part, they've had really good starting pitching. Not necessarily in the second game today, but you need your offense to bail you out of those once in a while, and they just didn't get quite enough today. They had the one big hit, but it just wasn't quite enough.
Well, that's our end of game recap, sponsored by Auto Lab. For Dan Griesbaum Jr., I'm Jake Gorwitz. We have more USPBL baseball tomorrow. We have an afternoon game at a 1:05 start between the Hoppers and the Woolly Mammoths. I'm going to head down to the United Shore Media Desk to interview our player of the game. I'll see you in a few minutes, but for Dan Griesbaum Jr., I'm Jake Gorwitz. I'll see you in a few moments here on the USPBL Network.
The Chevy Trax from your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers has a sporty, compact design that makes it the perfect SUV for everywhere you like to roll. Lease a 2020 Trax LT front-wheel drive for just $222 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Hi, I'm Jerry Kozak. This is my son Jason from Kozak's Mr. Muffler.
We've been family owned and operated since 1988. We operate our business with honesty and integrity. We're a full-service auto repair facility. We have 4 locations in the Metro Detroit area to serve you: Macomb Township, Sterling Heights, Warren, and Royal Oak. At Kozak's Mr. Muffler, we focus on quality. That's why we're giving you a lifetime warranty, something that the industry does not have. You will not find it at any other auto repair facility.
Hi, I'm Dean Morris, the District Manager of Mr. Muffler Corporation. We have 4 locations to serve your automotive needs.
Hi, I'm Justin, manager here at Mr. Muffler in Warren. Honesty and integrity is what our work is based on. Please come down for a free inspection today.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm assistant manager here at the Macomb location. Come by and see us sometime.
Hi, my name is Eric, and I'm the manager here at the Macomb location.
Hi, I'm Brian Wilson, Sterling Heights Mr. Muffler. I'm the manager, home of the lifetime warranty. Come and see us anytime.
We'd love to take care of any of your auto repair needs.
I'm here at the United Shore Media Desk with tonight's player of the game, Freddie Geely. A great outing for you and your Beavers squad in the second game. First off, I gotta ask, you were on base all night, Freddie. What was working for you, and what was the mindset at the plate? 3 singles, a couple of RBIs in this second game. What was working for you?
Just being more aggressive, trying to make adjustments with limited time to train outside of games is tough. So really bearing down and making adjustments, even if it's in game, sticking to my approach and, just trying to keep it simple. So
certainly. Second question, for the Beavers as a whole, oftentimes the doubleheaders are a split in the majors in independent ball. The Utica Unicorns are the first team in the standings, as I'm sure everybody knows. How does it feel as a Beaver squad to get a win over the first team in the league right now?
It definitely feels nice, getting some forward momentum, so that's what we've been looking for. As a team and as hitters in general, just anytime you get forward momentum, just to keep it going and keep that same energy is always good, so we feel good.
That's good to hear. Well, thank you so much for the time. Congratulations on a great performance tonight and the win in the second game of tonight's doubleheader, brought to you by Macomb Community College. Thanks for the time, Freddie. I appreciate it. Have a great rest of your night. And for all of our listeners on the USPBL network, thanks for sticking with us throughout the doubleheader. I'm Jake Gorwitz, signing off for Freddie Geely, myself, Dan Griesbaum Jr., back in the booth, and all of our friends in the front office affiliated with the broadcast. We thank you for tuning in tonight on the USPBL network. Make sure to tune in to more USPBL baseball tomorrow afternoon. Have a good one, folks. Stay safe.